from the St. Paul's playing ground. It's a bit overcast here at the St. Paul's ground as we get ready to see the start of one of the 3 4th round matches that are being played today in St. Kitts. Of course, we have 2 other matches being played, one in Warner Park and one at the Connery playing field. But today it's Barbados versus Trinidad and Tobago here at the St. Paul's playing ground. And we take a look at the toss.
Well, we're in the sugar city of the Leeward Islands here, the beautiful St. Kitts, and we're in the St. Paul's Capistaire for round number 4 of the CG United Women's Super 50 Cup 2025, and it's Barbados coming up against Trinidad and Tobago this morning here in St. Paul's. And I've got with me in the blue corner Trishan Holder of the Barbados Pride Women, Karishma Ramharak of Trinidad and Tobago, and Miss Telma Gomes, our match manager. I think Karishma has the coin. Tails is a call. And heads it is. So Karishma will be joining me. Karishma, what have you decided to do this morning?
We'll have a bowl today.
And why is that?
I think around the beach area, the pitch is always going to have some kind of moisture on it, and I feel like there's a little dark cloud coming around the mountains as well. So we'll have a bowl for it because of that.
Barbados winning 3 out of 3, posing a challenge coming into this game. How are you going to deal with it?
Yeah, of course, we know the threat that they bring, but we have been playing some really good cricket as a team as well, so we just have to back our strengths and continuing to improve as a team.
Any changes coming into today?
Same 11.
All right, well, all the best. Trishan will be joining me now. Trishan, an opportunity to bat this morning. What do you make of that?
To be fair, we don't have a problem. We were going to go anyway, and I feel as though we're just here to bat our plans. It's been working for us for the past 3 games, so we're just here to come and execute again.
Winning 3 out of 3, I'm sure your confidence in the camp would be very high at the moment coming in to today's game.
I would say so. We do have a little bit of confidence. I think it's just not to get complacent, so we're just trying to do the basics and keep to our plans every game.
Lineup for today, any changes?
Yeah, we've got 3 changes, so the players out are Bowman, Gordon, and Dean.
Well, all the very best today, Trishan.
Thank you.
All right, well, the news from the center here at St. Paul's, Trinidad and Tobago, they've won the toss and they've decided to bowl first.
Well, there you had it. The toss being taken by the vice captain of the Barbados team, Trishan Holder, and the captain of the Trinidad and Tobago team, Karishma Ramharak. And Ramharak, of course, winning the toss and inserting Barbados, who themselves would have taken first knock if they had won the toss. Barbados seems to favor batting once they win the toss. The Trinidad and Tobago team remains an unchanged team from their last game, whereas Barbados has made 2 changes to the 11 which played at Connery against Jamaica last Friday. We have Alison Gordon going out, Windies also going out, the leg spinner, and in comes Scantleberry and Shanika Bruce. So those are the changes. And of course, the umpires in this match, they are Imran Mukan from Ghana, Ryan Banwari, also from Ghana, and the third umpire, Javid Pusal, also from Guyana. So it's an all Guyana affair, the officials today. Match referee, of course, being Ms. Gomes from St. Kitts. But I say good morning to Victor Eddy. Victor, slight overcast, team winning the toss and inserting the other. Your thoughts on that?
Good morning to you, Earl Smedden, and to all our persons who might be just joining us here at St. Paul's. Yes, it's a little overcast, but as Earl quite rightly say, Barbados has no issues in batting first, because if they did want the toss, most likely they would have batted. But anyway, Trinidad and Tobago inserted them. Well, even though it's a bit overcast, no immediate threat of rain though, so ideal conditions. The turf looks a good one, and Earl Smitten, who had a look at it, claimed that it should be a very good cricketing pitch, so everything would be there for the bowlers and also the batsmen. But Barbados, who have not lost the game in this series as yet, obviously they will be looking to continue on their winning process.
Yes, and as you rightly put it, Barbados yet to lose a game. This, of course, is the fourth round in these matches. Barbados have played 3. They have won all 3, and they are on 23 points, which means that they would have picked up some 11 bonus points. In second position is Trinidad and Tobago, playing 3 and winning 2, losing 1, 19 points, and 11 bonus points also. But this is a key game here as far as the tournament is concerned. As you know, Victor, towards the end of the tournament, in fact on Friday, Friday could be considered to be finals day, because there's a playoff between the 2 top teams at Warner Park, teams 1 and 2. They play for the trophy. They play for first position, and also 3 and 4 would play each other, as well as 5 and 6. But we have had one delivery to start this game, and it's coming from the far end, and Trinidad and Tobago opting to start with a fast bowler. That's Can. Can seems to be a very strong lady. She saw bowl some 6 overs on the trot at Connery. Taking on the pad, without appeal. No response from the umpire Banwari at the far end. And Can starting well. So look at it again. Might have been going down the leg side. And umpire Banwari not responding in the affirmative to that appeal. So Victor, a lot to play for here today for both teams. Of course, both teams would like to maintain that top position. Of course, Barbados in a better position than Trinidad and Tobago, having won all of their matches so far. So important for Trinidad and Tobago if they stay on top, at least in the first 2 position, that they win this one. But Barbados would have other ideas. So just to continue on the point standing, Victor, we have Guyana in 3rd place. They have played 3 matches, they have won 2, and they are on 14 points. So, in fact, 16 points, and Windward Islands on 14 points from 3 matches, having won just 1 match. This one is played down to cover for the first run of the day by Kaisian Knight, who has been in good form with the bat also. And she would have picked up a half-century so far in this year's tournament. But Victor, I'm sure you would have been looking at the games. We have had some 3 rounds so far, so I'm sure you would have formed an opinion.
Well, at the present moment, in this contest now between Trinidad and Tobago and Barbados, right here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground, both teams know what the initiative here is, especially Trinidad and Tobago. If they're really going to be at top of the table, they will have to defeat Barbados. But Barbados playing so well so far, and really their batting has been very consistent too. And the Knight sisters, they have been doing well for Barbados over the years in these regional tournaments.
So, first over comes to an end. At the end of that over, it's 1 for no loss. Barbados, after being sorted by Trinidad and Tobago, Of course, Calendar, the other opener, would have found some form in the last match. He would have scored a half century, 54 to be exact, from 100 deliveries. So she formed in this year's tournament. And, getting a half century.
So both batters would be very confident then coming into this game, having had half centuries to their name. And what is also very good as the opening partnership too, whereby there is a left and right hander at the crease. So the bowlers will have to really make the necessary adjustments when they bowl into the left hander and when they bowl into the right. But we will see what happens.
Trinidad and Tobago starts with spin from this end. It's Sugrim, the left arm orthodox spin bowler. And she starts on target. Trinidad and Tobago, of course, high percentage of spin bowlers. There's the Anisa Mohammed, who's at first slip. Sugrim. This one stayed into the offside. Just a single to Knight, Kaisian Knight. Of course, the backbone of the Barbados batting has been the, it has revolved around the Knight sisters. They have done very well. Kaishona, the other twin, she would have picked up some 2 half centuries so far. And was 48 not out in the last match she played against Jamaica, just missing out on another half century. So she has really been consistent. The weather clearing up a bit. The overcast, the clouds lifting. Sun is out. And there's still not much of a breeze blowing at the moment. The leaves in the distance barely moving. So Sugwin continues to attack the stumps. And it's going to be Scalander, in fact, facing Victor. Overpitched. And she picks up a single as Leanne Kirby comes in from deep long off. In fact, long off.
Just probably her second over to have the normal mid-off, where she is now in the normal mid-off position, and that was the final delivery to at least offer the batters to try and go over the top early in the innings. But then with the long off out on the boundary, it was always going to be an easy single. So I think earlier on you have to try to keep things tight, especially within the 30-yard circle, but that was not to be. But anyway, the two batters out in the middle, they will have a high level of confidence with half centuries behind their names so far. And really, Barbados have had some good totals too in the matches that they have won.
Well, I tend to agree with you about this long on. I mean, the batter is yet to get off the mark, and you do not give the batter an easy single. And earlier clock, you try to, when their eye is not in and when they're not timing it properly, you tempt them to try and go over the top, and this, of course, could induce an error. So I totally agree with you. And on Barbados, they have been the only team so far to bat their 50 overs in this year's tournament. And they would have done so against Jamaica at Connery. And they got to 199.
Yeah.
199 for 6 from their 50 overs. But apart from that, we have not had any team batting their full 50. They complemented 50 overs so far in this year's tournament, apart from that one time from Barbados.
Well, that will also demonstrate to how they are organizing and assessing the situations out in the middle, that how important it is to bat through the 50 overs. Even sometimes when you lose early wickets, it is so many legal deliveries to be bowled. But I was also made to understand to Earl that the Barbados women, they actually play league cricket in England, in Barbados competition.
Yes, they do, from my understanding also. Quick single, misfielded there by Sugrim, and allows the second as it goes out towards the long on boundary, wideish long on. So what should have been, a run, in fact, who knows, that she picked up cleanly and thrown back. It might have been a risky run in the end, but in fact it turned out to be two comfortable runs as it was misfielded by Sugrim at mid-on.
And the outfield here looks to be in good condition. Well, you were out there. It looks to me from my vantage point here, our vantage point here, it looks to be in good condition.
It's a bit bumpy if you...
Okay.
It looks good from here,
right?
But it's a bit on the bumpy side. It's but nevertheless, well grassed though.
Yeah, indeed. So fielders can really throw themselves to the left and to the right, and make valiant saves in terms of the fluffiness of the outfield, in terms of well grassed it. But this is a very good venue, very spacious.
Yes. Of course, there was the discussion earlier on as the over comes to an end, the end of over number 3, and Barbados, they are 5 for no loss after being inserted. But back to what we were saying, there are quite a number of fields, it's large fields, cricket fields, and much of them not being utilized. St. Paul's in recent past has seen quite a bit of cricket. In fact, there's a league going on in St. Paul's which would have been organized by the local folks here at St. Paul's. And if you notice, when you look around, if you look around the grounds, you notice they have practice nets. And they do have a motorized roller, and these equipment have been acquired due to inputs from villagers. Villagers home and abroad beats the batter outside the off stump, calendar running down towards third man. They're jogging back for a second run, and we'll wait for the signal from Mukan, and buys a signal now by Mukan. So just turning slightly away from calendar and beating the keeper saw and running away for 2 buys. But Victor, a lot of self-help to get this ground in shape, St. Paul's.
Well, that is very good, and St. Paul's always been a community that coordinate with each other, and that is good to see that local input here at this venue. But it's a venue that has very good potential in terms of the spaciousness and so on. So we would hope that one day there can be more infrastructure at this very ground. But here it is Trinidad and Tobago up against Barbados, and this is going to be very intriguing between these two teams, because they are at the top of the table. Barbados leading, Trinidad and Tobago second, and here they are at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground doing battle.
So, slow start for Barbados after being inserted. We're in over number 4. They've only progressed to some 8 runs. But what we have seen from the Knight sisters in particular in this tournament is that they give themselves time, they settle in, and they build an innings. And Barbados, they have been able to bat deep and being able to put something on the board which would give them a fighting chance. 4 overs, they're going at 2 runs per over. And a good start for Trinidad and Tobago after inserting Barbados, but it's a long way to go still. The sun having a battle with the clouds. One time it's out, the next time it's in. But Victor, the 3 grounds that are being used for this tournament, they have their own unique features. Especially, the scan continues from the far end. Especially when you're sitting in the commentator's booth. You know, we look out towards the sea. The Caribbean Sea, of course. And if we look further left, Victor, you'll have to stick your head outside the window, though. You'll see the island of Statia, which is a nearby island. And just on the far side of the ground, of course, you have some, it seems as though there's a farm there. There's some banana trees and so on there. But when you go to Warner Park, it's something different. You're looking towards the ocean and normally seeing cruise ships in the harbor at Warner Park, beating outside the half stump through the keeper. And from time to time, you can see ferries leaving Bastia to go to Nevis or vice versa, coming from Nevis. At Connery, and you go to Connery, it's a different scenario there altogether. You're looking towards some hills, and you're looking towards the Robert Llewellyn Batcher Airport, and from time to time you will see aircrafts coming or going. Turned into the onside by Knight. He's getting some runs. Fack settles for 2. And what I've seen missing too is that in this tournament so far is that the teams they've not been taking 3 runs. There are quite a number of 2s and singles, but in terms of trying to force the issue and trying to get a 3rd one, we have not seen much of that.
Yeah, and that is very important, especially when you're running the first one quickly. You always have an opportunity to get a 2nd and even a 3rd. But in the majority of matches, as you quite rightly said, that has not been a consistent pattern whereby we have seen a lot of 3s being run. But even though Barbados onto a slow start, as you referred to earlier, they are the only team that have been batting out their 50 overs, so it shows consolidation at the top.
Well, they have just done it once, but that in itself is an achievement. A good drive back to the bowler who feels well to our own bowling, and the over comes to an end. Just to take a look at what happened in the last round, Victor. We had Barbados coming up against Jamaica at Connery, and the Barbados would have won that match by some 54 runs. The toss was won by Barbados, who elected to bat, and the Barbados scored 199 for 6 from their 50 overs.
Wow.
With Asabi Calendar getting 54 from 100 deliveries, and Kaishon and Knight getting 48 not out from 57 deliveries. And they had a good score also from Nejani Cumberbatch, who scored 39 from 38. Played up to get off, Brittany Cooper is there. And the Calendar cannot score. And Jamaica, in reply, they made 145 from some 44.3 overs. And they would have lost that match. So Rashada Williams of Jamaica got 48 from 86 deliveries. Just missing out on a half century. I think she was on the wrong end of an umpiring decision, giving out caught behind, which seemed to have missed the bat. But that is just an opinion. The umpire, of course, in the misfielded there, they are getting a run. So that's just an opinion. So she would have missed out on a half century. And Stephanie Taylor, she would have scored some 31 runs, some 57 deliveries, with Keely Elliott getting 4 for 27, and Connell 3 for 24. And speaking of Stephanie Taylor, she herself pulled away down back on the square 4 runs. That's the first boundary for Barbados. And the first boundary to Kaisian Knight. A good shot. It was too short by Sugrim. And she swiveled into a wicket and swung it backward of square, just slightly backward of square, and down to the boundary for 4. Good shot.
Yeah, good shot selection there, and it shows that these two being patient after a slow start, and as you quite rightly said, the first boundary being struck. But that is a good organization there, waiting for the loose deliveries, and she really dispatched it nicely. But 199 there against Jamaica, which Barbados scored at Connery, that was a very good total.
One bounce to extra cover. Ramarak Fields in the air for some time. And perhaps you could look at the match which Trinidad and Tobago would have played also. As the over comes to an end. So, end of over number 6. It's 15 for no loss. There are just 2 extras on the board. So,
well, a slow start, but also confident start by the 2 openers for Barbados, and they know how important it is to build a good opening partnership. So they are really trying to consolidate that aspect of the game here after Trinidad and Tobago inserted them right here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground. So the battle continues out in the middle. So we hear is Trinidad looking and Tobago looking for their first wicket, but it's not to be forward defensive. And Barbados, they are in a very good position, and these two trying to really establish a good opening partnership for their team as they continue to perform well in this regional women's tournament.
yeah, so Trinidad and Tobago, their last match would have been against the Windward Islands. And it was a low scoring affair with the Windwards scoring just some 70 runs. And not good showing there by the Windwards. And just one batter getting into double figures. Janile Glasgow, she got 13. And there were 20 extras. And misunderstanding. And she could have been on her way, looking for a single which is not on calendar, sent back by Kaisian Knight.
Well, and the ball was struck straight to the cover fielder. So in the first instance, I was wondering for a moment why she was thinking that there should have been a run on. But luckily for her, she's still there. But that could have been the downfall of the first wicket, but that was not to be.
In fact, in that match I was speaking about, Noel also got to double figures. She got 12. And there were 20 extras, 19 of those being wides.
And there, a wide being signaled now.
And Ramarak, the captain, picked up 3 for 9. And Ramnat, she was the destroyer. She picked up 5 for 13 from 8 overs. And in reply, Trinidad and Tobago, they knocked it off with just the loss of 1 wicket into the offside, and no run scored. And we had Sunil Shah. She was the only batter dismissed. She went for 26 from 53 deliveries. And we had Janaba Joseph not out on 35. So easy sailing there for Trinidad and Tobago. So both teams coming into this match of victories. Good drive and well knocked down there by Ramarak at extra cover. It's good work there by the captain. Was powerfully struck by Alexander and well knocked down. So Can looking for wickets. There are 2 slips in place. There's a backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket. And looking for that outside edge. There's also a third man. There was also a third man as the over comes to an end. So Barbados, slow at this point, Victor, but nevertheless building towards what could be a good start.
Well, and Trinidad and Tobago, though, I think apart from that was bold, thus far, though, I think they have been based on good line and length, and really, but that has not disturbed both batters out there. They are just taking their time, taking the singles when appropriately needed, and anything loose, but the only real loose delivery we saw, which was struck into the deep mid-wicket boundary for 4. But outside of that, though, I think that the Trinidad and Tobago bowling has been on target thus far.
Bowling change, the first one of the day. The captain comes into the attack, Ramharak, and bowls a good one. That one turned a bit. Good start there by Ramharak. Pitched on about off stump and spun away sharply and was taken behind by Saw. So good start by Ramharak. That's quite interesting.
Yes, and it should be an encouraging sign for the captain.
This one comes in with the arm and defended. So she has started well, Victor.
Yes, and really, first delivery was a beauty. It spun past the batter and then bringing it from the off stump into the left-hander. So quite early, trying her different variations.
Not a good delivery. So she certainly has started well. She has a slip in place, a backward point cover, extra cover mid-off. And see Brittany Cooper exchanging places with Sugrim. She is going up to extra cover. Sugrim comes back on the long on boundary. Deep mid-wicket is in place. In fact, a square leg back on the boundary. There's a short mid-wicket, short backward square. And so the two fielders outside the circle, a square leg and a long on. So Ramharak started really well. But what I've discovered, what I've seen with the Knight sisters, they seem to have bundles of patience, Victor. They tend to bat for a very long time. Twin, of course, both 33 years old, and both would have represented the West Indies in one day international, but from what I've gathered over the past couple of years, they have not made themselves available for selection. Probably two of the better female batters in the region.
Yes, they have been very consistent, and as you quite rightly say, patience, which is so a good thing, especially as batters, whereby they can occupy the crease, wait for the loose deliveries, no indiscretions at times. That is not appropriate. But Trinidad and Tobago still searching for their first wicket.
This one peels off the outer portion of the bat and goes down to backward point for single.
So these two are consolidating a good opening partnership, and Trinidad and Tobago, on the other hand, they would be looking for the first wicket. Well, the captain, Ramharak, who bowled here from the media centre end, opened with a very good over, and her first delivery we saw where she got some spin out of the surface, so that is an encouraging sign for the spinners.
This, of course, is the third year this tournament is being played in St. Kitts. Third consecutive years, but this is a wonderful shot by Kaisia Knight. 4 runs. My word. She just eased forward and timed it sweetly, and the ball raced away down to the long off boundary for 4. Wonderful shot indeed.
Yes, off the bat. And she wasn't placing emphasis on power. It was just good timing, and it went straight into the long off boundary for 4.
So she has picked up a second boundary, And that has taken on to 13 from 25 deliveries. And the second boundary of the Barbados' inning.
Yes, and really now the scoring rate for Barbados, they are getting more into the groove of things because Earl, once you're out there in the middle, you'll have a feel of how the pace of the pitch is playing, and we can see they're coming more into their own.
Nice shot again, but strikes the body of Brittany Cooper there. In fact, she's rubbing her hand as the bounce took it onto I think it looks like left arm.
It is a left arm, yes. She's rubbing it,
but
it was struck hard.
Certainly would have saved a team a couple of runs. But nicely struck by Kaisian Knight. He was saying that it is pulled in the air. This could be the first wicket. No. It drops between the keeper, who was running towards short mid-off, and Alexander was coming in from extra cover. And in the end, Knight lucky to survive.
Well, batters usually needs some luck at some time in their innings, and really, fortunately for Barbados, on that occasion, no one got close to bring it in for the first wicket, but they will keep on trying.
Correction, it was actually between the keeper and short backward square. And Knight, of course, being a left-hander, and they would have picked up a single for that one. So, fault shot, perhaps beaten a bit by pace. Ball might have gotten big on Kaisian Knight, who was looking to pull it into the onside, and she was not really in any position for that shot. This one is nicely played, but just a run to calendar. But I was saying earlier, Victor, that this is the third year this tournament is being played here in St. Kitts, and Barbados has won the two previous encounters against Trinidad and Tobago, and in 2023 and in 2024. In 2024, that's last year, they were interestingly, both teams would have played down here at St. Paul's, where Barbados batted first, and they won by 8 runs. Barbados 186 from 48.4 overs. Kaisian Knight, she got 90 from 134 deliveries in that match. And her sister, Kaishona, was the next best scorer with 17 from 23 deliveries, defended by Calendar. And Ramarak, who is bowling at the moment, she picked up 4 for 20 from 9.4 overs in that match. So she had some success against them in 2024. Right here at St. Paul's, taking on the pad, the appeal goes up, and umpire remains unmoved. Perhaps missing leg, but we'll have another look at that one. Yes, seems to be going down the leg side, spinning down the leg side. So 186, and the reply was close by Trinidad and Tobago. 178 for 8 they scored. Falling some 8 runs short, and then they would have batted their 50 overs, so they were very much in with a chance to win that one in last year. Brittany Cooper, I could remember very well, she batted rather slowly, driven in the air and dropped by Sugrim at mid-off. So Calendar given a life. This was pitched up, and Calendar was driving just slightly to the left of Sugwin, the easiest of catches, and she grasped it.
Yeah, she should have taken that. That was a straightforward opportunity and chance given away. Let us see how expensive that might be for Trinidad and Tobago, but Barbados getting some luck there. But
not a good delivery, has Knight in 2 minds, just turning slightly away from the left-hander, but in the end, she played it really well, kept it down, and angled it into the gully region. So, if my memory serves me well, Victor, from that match in 2024, I think that match was not as close as it seemed. I think Brittany Cooper batted for quite some time. And then towards the end, it was a little too much for the Trinidad and Tobago team. They would have lost by some 8 runs. And she occupied these 34 from 60 deliveries. Leanne Kirby, she got 26 from 26. And in that match, critically, Leanne Kirby was run out. It could have made a difference in that match.
Yes. And really, 34 for 60 deliveries, that being a high percentage of deliveries for 34 runs. But that was a good contest. And can we see something similar happening here in 2025 right here at the same venue, the St. Paul's Recreation Ground, between these two teams? And at this particular position, Barbados is leading in the points column, and Trinidad and Tobago are in second place. So a win here for Trinidad and Tobago will do them very well in terms of the context of this series so far. But Barbados, off to a good start, the first chance going down, and let us see how expensive or costly that might be for Trinidad and Tobago.
Anissa Mohammed comes into the attack from the far end, right arm off spin, coming out of retirement, of course. And she is one of the top 5 wicket takers. She has picked up some 6 wickets in the top. Afi Fletcher, she's leading. She has 7. Ramta Hall, another medium pacer, quick single. Another medium pacer in the Trinidad and Tobago team. She would have picked up 6 wickets also. In fact, Ramta Hall was just called into action at just backward square there. She's been sent now. She's been exchanged with Sugrim. She's going out to short mid-wicket. Sugrim comes to square leg. So Ramta Hall, she has picked up 6, medium pacer. We have not seen her yet for the morning. Elliott from Barbados, she has 5 wickets. And Plifiana Millington from Guyana, she has picked up some 4 wickets so far. Driven in the air, bounces past Sugrim, and they pick up 2. So chances being offered by the Barbados batters. A bit away from Sugrim. I think a quicker fielder might have gotten to that one.
Yes, indeed, and it seems actually following Sigrid in terms that she put down an opportunity of a catch, but Mohammed, who is coming from that seaside end, really has been a very outstanding spinner, and no doubt will be looking to make the first inroad here for Trinidad and Tobago. But these two batters for Trinidad and Tobago consolidating a good opening partnership for their team.
Anissa. This time it goes to Sugrim, but she's fielding quite well. It's all along the ground. And of course, it's not surprising at all that Kaishona Knight is leading the batting.
Well, that completes the over there by Anessa Mohammed. But Earl, of the Windward Islands, the right arm and googly bowler, who is thus far the leading wicket taker.
Well, no, she's not.
She's not? Okay.
She's not. In fact, I need to make a correction there.
Okay.
I was giving you the figures from the second round.
Okay.
And even then, she was not the leading wicket taker. Let me just make the correction. The most wickets, Elliott
from Barbados.
She has 9 wickets.
Okay.
Millington has 7 wickets.
And
Afi Fletcher has 7 wickets.
Okay.
Anissa Munisa from Guyana has 6 wickets. And Mohammed from Trinidad and Tobago. She has picked up some 6 wickets so far. So those are the leading wicket taker in the tournament after the end of the 3rd round.
And Elliot too is a right leg break and googly bowler.
Yes.
So those are the 2 first and second place in terms of the wicket columns. So the wrist spinners are doing their duties. But Ramnarak, she's on a good line and length from her first over. And here is she. It almost looked like it almost struck the off stump, but we'll wait and see.
Well, in fact, they're getting runs here as it goes behind.
And it's by signal now by the umpire.
So we'll look at it again. She's driving, missing, some misses also. Ball bounced from the glove of Saw and goes behind for an extra run. But 28 for no loss. We're in over number 12. But what we have seen though is that the Barbados batters, they're looking to score a bit more, looking to pick up more runs at this point. The 2 would have settled in nicely. And
yeah, and Ramnarak, the captain, though, she has struck a good line and length from her first over, so she's keeping things quite tight, a good bowler. And we have seen thus far that there is some purchase there in the surface for the spinners. We are seeing both spinners, but more so Ramnarak getting good spin and bunks as the off spinner.
this one is struck in the air, just a single. Kirby comes in from off the long on boundary, and one more tonight, looking to go over the top. But
well, Trinidad and Tobago still looking for their first wicket. Can the captain Ramnarak do the trick for Trinidad and Tobago? Well, not to be on that occasion. That has completed the over though. So Barbados consolidating here. Good opening partnership thus far between these two. They're going to have a mid-pitch exchange of words. What can they be discussing at this time, Earl, particular?
well, I won't be able to tell you what they're discussing, but certainly it would be along the lines of keep going. We have had a good start, and let us try and take it a bit deeper. Of course, Mohammed comes back for a second over. But the weather pleasant so far. The sun not fully out as yet, but good weather for cricket.
Nice cool conditions out there for the players out in the middle. And this is a very open ground, so whatsoever breeze might be coming across the ground, even though it might be minimal, it is still pleasant at the moment because the sun is not all in its brilliance. There is no immediate threat of rain though, we can tell you, but ideal conditions out there in the middle for the cricketers, but not ideal in the sense where Trinidad and Tobago looking for their first wicket. But the 2 batters for Barbados, they are consolidating.
This one played just slightly back out of point. The current rate 2.35. Mohammed, she's in a second over. She has conceded some 3 runs so far. This one is played in the air to the right of Can, who moves nicely to her right and plucks it from the ear. On the bounce, that is. And just a single there to Kaisen Knight. Good work there by Can.
And good fielding always give good support to bowlers, especially when a loose delivery is bowled and a fielder make a valiant save and so forth. So it encourages bowlers, but Anissa Mohammed is a very experienced bowler. She's operating from the seaside end, the far end of the ground here at the St. Paul's Recreation, looking for the first wicket.
Calendar is beaten outside the off stump with that one. So it goes to the keeper. Trinidad and Tobago, we have had the first power play completed. We're into over number 13. They would have inserted Barbados, and they would have hoped that by this time they would have picked up a wicket. Calendar taken on the pad. Appeal for Mohammed, not well supported by teammates and not supported by the umpire at the far end. And
one of the things I think sometimes gives us a little guidance from our vantage point is when the keeper, as she was on that occasion for that final delivery, she was actually moving down the leg side. So it would appear that she was looking to receive the ball, and so the umpire in the affirmative did the right thing. But Ramnarak is going to continue from the media center end. She continues to bowl very well, though, Earl. That's the captain. And tightly set field. I like the inner ring, too, in terms of keeping things tight inside trying to induce something fault from either batters.
Well, she has a wideish long on, as this one is tickled down the corner for a single by Knight. That's good batting. Looking to pick up a run and gets it too. But the left and right hand combination, as you would have alluded to earlier on, really working well for Barbados at this point.
Yeah, because bowlers would have to really adjust their line and length, especially if they're exchanging the side where they're getting the singles on a consistent basis. So, but Ramnarak is very consistent in terms of her line and length, though.
Bowls another good one on target. He's not. The line has been good, as you said, Victor. She has been attacking the stumps. And no rewards as yet for her persistence. This one is on the pads. And the calendar is just driving into the onside, and Brittany Cooper is quickly across. Cooper has been around for quite some time for Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, she has been really one of the longest standing players in this Trinidad and Tobago lineup, as Mohammed, who came out of retirement too. That's Anessa, the spinner. But here is another good delivery again.
So Cooper, of course, she would have played in all three tournaments that were played here in St. Kitts. She's now 35 years old. And she has had a good score so far this season, 72 against the Leeward Islands at Connery, where she batted quite well and shows her class. Of course, she would have had some one-day international experience with the West Indies team, so has some pedigree, although she was not that successful on the ODI scene. In fact, she's just averaging just about 10 at ODI level. And this, of course, has been one of the shortcomings of the West Indian female batters, Victor. In fact, Brittany Cooper has played some 49 ODIs, batted 42 times, 7 not outs, 575 runs, a high score of 55 not out, and that's the only half century. And she's averaging 16.42. Not very good indeed.
Yes, in terms of average, not very good, totally not very good. But Anessa Mohammed, who came out of retirement, or she have had a good record as a spinner, and very productive one too, and she's going to look for the first wicket for Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, in fact, as runs are being picked up here, in fact, Anessa Mohammed would have played some 141 ODIs for the West Indies, and she would have bowled in 134 innings, conceding 3,735 runs. and would have picked up some 180 wickets.
Wow.
And with a best bowling figure of 7 for 14 at an economy rate of 3.58. She has 6-5 wickets all and 7-4 wickets all. So taken at slips. In fact, Calendar stands there for a while and now walks away as we look at it again. So there's Mohammed tossing up and too close to cut. She was looking for the cut shot. The ball was spinning back into Calendar and much too close for that shot. And she paid the price being caught at first slip by Whitney Cooper.
Yes, indeed, a very good catch. And just as we were speaking about Anessa Mohammed's super outstanding, magnificent performance in international cricket as a spinner, she came on at the relevant time and really getting the first wicket for Trinidad and Tobago, and well deserving. And based upon the stats that Earl Smitten has just given you, that speaks for itself, the capacity and professionalism of Anessa Mohammed as a world-class and top-class spinner. And Trinidad and Tobago would be very pleased at this moment now getting their first wicket after winning the toss and asking Barbados to have first knock.
So in over number 15, Mohammed striking for Trinidad and Tobago. The new batter, Trishan Holder, the vice captain of the Barbados team. She would have taken the toss this morning. And of course, a captain though, Aline, is also in the team, but for whatever reason, Holder would have taken the toss.
Yes, and Holder is a very famous name of cricketers coming out of Barbados. And in the men's senior team, he went on to represent Barbados and the West Indies. Van Burn Holder, who was a fast bowler, or medium fast, some may term it to be, but and Aline too is a very famous cricketing name in Barbados. But in the women's, the Knight sisters, they have been very consistent with the bat in women cricket for Barbados. But here is Barbados as the leaders in points at the table, but Mohammed is going to look for a second wicket for Trinidad and Tobago.
Trishan Holder, of course, is the type of player who likes to go for shots. She's right-handed, of course.
Stroke player.
Tall. Tall batter. Has not had a half century in this tournament so far. Comes in at a pivotal position in the Barbados lineup, comes in at number 3. I think she would have gotten into the 20s. She would have had a score of 21, but she has not gone on. Defends here. Back to Mohammed. So Trinidad and Tobago, with over number 15, coming to an end. They have picked up the first one. This one is turned into the onside. She's thinking about the run. Knight is not interested. And in the end, decided against it.
Well, a very productive over for Trinidad and Tobago. Anessa Mohammed getting the first wicket for Trinidad and Tobago. That will be a welcome wicket for Trinidad and Tobago. They won the toss here and decided and asked Barbados to have first knock. And really, they would be even looking for further inroads here against Barbados, because they know how important it is for them to come out victorious in this encounter. But also Barbados obviously knows too that they will have to try and keep that advantage that they have at the present moment. But we will just have to wait and see as the game continues here. Very cool conditions out there in the middle though. No immediate threat of rain. Is that the sun is not in its brilliance really. It is so pleasant for the players out there in the middle, both the batters and the fielding team, Trinidad and Tobago.
have a bowling change from the pavilion end. The Ramnat has come into the attack, replacing a captain. And Ramnat, of course, was the captain for the West Indies under-19 team on that under-19 tournament held in Malaysia. Of course, the West Indies team did not do too well in that tournament, but nevertheless, I'm sure they would have benefited from the experience, the exposure. The Ramnat, of course, who was impressive in the tournament last year. She's bowling right arm off spin. And she goes in. Oh, this one is close. In fact, out. Striking Kaisen Knight in front. And that looked very plumb indeed. That one seemed to have gone the other way into the left-handed batter. Tossed up, yes. Struck in front, and Kaisen Knight is on her way. And she walked away immediately. And I'm pretty certain Kaisen Knight herself would have thought that she was a gunner. So, important blow struck there by Ramnat in the front. And Trinidad and Tobago now 32 for, and we're in over number 16. And Kaishona Knight goes out there. There are two fresh batters at the crease, Victor, but we'll be back. We'll take a short break as the umpires are using the opportunity to take a drinks break. So we'll take a drinks break also, Victor, and we'll be back shortly. Well, we are back with you. Barbados remain 32 for 2, but I'm afraid at Connery, the Windward Islands are not doing so well. They are batting first, and Guyana, in fact, would have won the toss and inserted the Windward Islands. And the Windward Islands are 43 for 5, with top score so far of some 15 coming from Afi Fletcher. And batting, Paul Etienne, she's 2 not out, and Nisha Fontaine, she's 9 not out. And so far, the damage is being done by Millington and Sherry-Ann Fraser. Millington has 2 for 22 from 7. Sherry-Ann Fraser has 2 for 16 from 5, and the other wicket picked up by Ashmini Munsa, 1 for 5 from 2. So Windward Islands struggling in that match at Connery, and not a good score by any means, not a good position to be in. The other match is being played at Warner Park between Leeward Islands and Jamaica. And Jamaica seems to be doing quite well in that match. And there are some 56 runs on, 58 in fact now for 1. And extras are already 11. There are already 8 wides in that match. And this is something that has, been an Achilles heel for the players in this tournament, as Ramnath continues to bowl well. So Rashada Williams is 23 not out. The batter to go is Mackenzie. Christiana Mackenzie was caught live but bowled Anthony for 9, and Jodian Morgan is not out on 14. And that's against the leeward, as this one is pushed into the offside. The over comes to an end, and it's 33 for 2, Barbados. So Victor, those two teams not doing too well, and like I said, leeward's already conceding some 11 wides, and that has been one of the shortcomings of all teams in this tournament so far. And just on the weekend, I was doing a tally of the number of wides that were sent down by the teams. And so far, at the end of round 3, we had a total of 213 wides.
Wow, that is very, very high percentage of wides there, Earl Smith. And also, too, Guyana is doing well against the Windward Islands there at Canary, and really, they too would be placing themselves to go up in the points column in this series so far. But 2 new batters at the crease now, and this could be very important from a Trinidad and Tobago point of view, having 2 batters who would have to settle in and get their rhythm, and 2 experienced and successful spinners for Trinidad and Tobago. So at this present moment here at St. Paul's, a very good contest is in the making here between these 2 teams.
Yes, but just back to those wides though, Victor.
Yes.
I would agree that some of those wides, they would have had extra runs in terms of maybe 4 wides and the sort of stuff, which translate into 5 runs. But 213 at the end of the day is too much.
Yes.
And, Barbados, and I'm speaking of up to the end of last week, up to the end of the 3rd round, Barbados conceding 38, Guyana 28, Jamaica 32, push back to Mohammed who fields, no run. Trinidad and Tobago has conceded 38. The Leeward's the most, 42, and the Windward Islands 35. And Leeward's already conceding. Oh, edge done dropped. At first slip by Brittany Cooper. She was driving loosely at one pitched up, and the edge taken, and Cooper got a hand to it, Brittany Cooper, and floored it.
Well, and that again too would have been the second opportunity where balls have gone to the hand of the fielders and they have not taken them, and how important it is to take catches, as catches win matches. So quite early in this encounter here between Barbados and Trinidad and Tobago, it appears that the spinner is going to be an integral part in this contest between both teams. But coming back to the percentage of wides, that is too much wides by overall and by all the teams. So that is obviously an area that the bowlers themselves going to have to be more particular going forward, and teams have to be collectively doing better work in terms of cutting down that percentage of wides. As you quite rightly said, 1 will be to the total, and they will have to always bowl an extra delivery. So sometimes it can come down to more than the actually 50 overs based on that high percentage of wides. But Trinidad and Tobago spinners, they are doing well so far, too, Earl, here at St. Paul's.
Yes, and Ramnat has started well, but too short this time. Punched square of the wicket by Kishona Knight to and score. Of course, Kishona Knight, she has been the informed batter of the tournament, having scored 2 half centuries and a 48 not out so far. So, having scored 153 runs up to the end of the third round in this year's tournament. So she has been doing quite well. So
yes,
with that one dismissal, she will be averaging some in the 70s. Very high average indeed.
Yeah, and very good performance. And a very accomplished batter too. And the good thing about her is that she is not disturbed when you bowl dot deliveries to her, whereby you see a lot of indiscretions coming into her batting too. That has been an aspect about her batting to her.
Well, the Barbados batters, they have batted around her. And, at times she might have been a bit slow, but she stuck it out. She stayed there. And she solidified the middle for Barbados. And they were able to get to decent scores, and in the end, Barbados have won all 3 matches so far, thanks to the performance. But that over comes to an end, and we have had some 18 overs completed, and it's 34 for 2, so the scoring rate dropping below 2.
Yeah, and as it has dropped below 2, and as you quite rightly said, knowingly that it is a 50 over contest, wides would be bowled, you'll get your free hits. So I think she is assessing the situation quite nicely in terms of that situation whereby that lots of deliveries to be bowled. So, I mean, even though you may have slow periods at times, there will be times too when you will accelerate.
Well, you mentioned free hits. Holder is taken on the pad. Yeah, she looks rather uncomfortable out there. But just at a glance, the bowlers from all teams have been very disciplined in terms of no balls, and we have not seen too many free hits. And that is one area in which all teams have excelled. They have not given too much away in terms of no balls.
Well, that is very good.
And just browsing through, I've seen very few no balls being bowled, which is very good. But Cumberbatch is really struggling at the moment. Holder, sorry. She's yet to get off the mark, and she has faced some 15 deliveries. So it's really a struggle on for her. But once she's out in the middle, she's going to make runs. You cannot make runs back in the pavilion.
Yes, see. But Mohammed, though, you can see a wealth of experience, a wealth of quality. Who knows it better than Anissa Mohammed, who is operating for Trinidad and Tobago?
Just ask Kirby to go deeper at long off. She's not right back on the boundary, but certainly she has dropped back quite a bit. And Mohammed really bowling a good line and length here. And Holder not able to get her away. The over comes to an end. 19 completed. Barbados 34 for 2.
Yes, and we can see again how important it is when you have good spinners in your team. And really, these two are doing a very good job for Trinidad and Tobago. So, Barbados, though, the batters, they would know still a lot of overs to be bowled. So, there is no need absolutely for indiscretions. They'll have to play each ball on its merit. But there again, Trinidad and Tobago looking to make further inroads.
I'm not. And so far, looking at the teams in the tournament so far, the Trinidad and Tobago and the Guyana spin bowlers, they've shown good control. In fact, in terms of the spinners, when you look at the spinners in the various teams, these two teams, the spinners would rate rather highly. They have been uh, very effective. They have been tight. Their lines have been good. Their lengths have been good. And he is one given away. One given away there by Ram Natal. Misfielding and allowing the batters to come through for a run.
Yes, and those singles there in this situation would ease some pressure on the batters, and the fielders in the inner ring would have to be more tighter to really formulate some indiscretions by the batters. But as you quite rightly said, the control of the spinners have been very good, and their line and lengths have been immaculate.
Of course, this time she's doing a good job knocking it down. Ram Natal. And around this time. When we look at the top wicket takers, Elliott, for example, from Barbados, she tends to be very loose at times and seems to lose control, but she's the top wicket taker.
Right.
She's, of course, a right-arm wrist spinner. And we know how those type of bowlers go, Victor.
Yeah, and it is in the art of the spin bowlers column, really, it is one of the more difficult propositions in terms of the controls, line and length. And you're right, Elliott at times can be very loose, but there again too, batters will take more opportunities where they think they can score runs. And here and there she has been good at times, but in her column as the leading wicket taker, it shows that on many occasions sometimes too the bowlers put the batters into indiscretions. And but though she and Affie Fletcher as wrist spinners though, but more so Affie Fletcher has been very good throughout the years, and good in the control that you referred to earlier, Earl. But Anessa Mohammed, she is definitely superb.
Sugwin has replaced her though from the far end, left arm orthodox leg spin over pitches. Knight is driving at one outside the off stump, missing completely through to Sa. Steffi Sugwin, diminutive figure. She's bowling around the wicket. She's left arm. And here's another drive and another miss.
Yes, and that delivery was even a little more wider from the batter, and she was actually stretching and not shuffling across the crease. But luckily for her, she did not get an edge.
This time, Kaishona Knight opts not to play and allows it through to Sa. Well knocked down there by Can. Pocket is the captain. Does that bit of feeling, the captain Ram Marak at widest mid off. Turned into the onside to the left of a short mid wicket, and in the end they were through for an easy single.
Nicely played with soft hands, and giving the field at mid wicket an opportunity to come further to left, and the early call in, and that is also another sign to Earl. I mean, how early and who should call and who is in the better position to make the call. Well, anytime it goes behind the non-striker's back, obviously that should always be the striker's call. But we have not seen any unnecessary calling or mix-up between the batters so far in this innings. But the inner ring for Trinidad and Tobago, they know how important it is to keep things tight, and that might formulate either batsman to going into indiscretions.
Holder, who is yet to get off the mark, tries to flick it into the onside. They're getting some runs here. Barbados will wait for the umpire signal. And in fact, wide signal. So that would be 3 of them down the onside, not touching anything and going past the keeper and picking up 2. So 3 more wides to this score.
Yeah, so the wide tallies continues here at the St. Paul ground.
4 sixes, and this time she's off the mark. Up towards cover, being pursued there. And back for the second. So Holder gets off the mark. And I'm pretty certain that she'll be a lot happier.
Indeed, I mean, getting off of the mark, that is always, whatsoever little jitters or butterflies might have been there. Yeah, it will be a little more in a comforted zone for Holder.
Yeah, so we were just having a look at the groundsmen having a slight break earlier on. They would have worked hard preparing this pitch, and they would have done a very good job too. Much better looking pitch than I've seen. Probably one of the better looking pitches I've seen so far in this year's tournament. I have not been to Warner Park, but for that 4-day match that was played at Warner Park, they certainly, that was a road, that was a dead track. And I understand that they continue to play on that track.
Yes, indeed, because the amount of runs, over 500 runs, was scored in the first innings by Trinidad and Tobago, and then the Leewards responded with over 400 runs, so close to 1,000 runs in that encounter.
Not close to, well over 1,000, Victor.
Well over 1,000.
Trinidad and Tobago batted the second time, and I think they got to 190 plus, and then the game was called off.
Yeah, indeed.
So that was a real road there at Warner Park.
Yeah, and it just shows that with good application in those ideal conditions, as you quite rightly said there, that you can get runs, and it was good to see Michael Louis getting 100, and we would hope that he will continue in that vein, because how important it is to continue and to be consistent. Even if you do not get 100 every game, at least if you get over the 50 mark, but it is obviously better when you can get those hundreds to your name. But
sweeping. Yes, Victor, good to see him get 100, but in the end gave it away. Came out right after lunch, and the second delivery after lunch, he was looking to go over the top and giving it away. And I think that bold, wild swing and a miss by Holder, and this was always on the cards. She was rather uncomfortable from the time she got to the crease, and there was one wild swing and being bowled by Ramnath. Let's look at it again. She's swinging, the off stump is knocked back.
Yes, indeed, and really she was not comfortable at the crease indeed, Earl, and did face quite a few deliveries before getting off the mark, and then eventually playing a shot with which was not necessarily needed at that particular time. But I think the spinners, though, for Trinidad and Tobago must be given lots of credit in this situation, whereby since all of them came into the attack, they have kept things tight and they've got the results that they so needed. Well, the Barbados batters would have to make certain now that they really go deep into these overs and see what total they can end up with. But on the other hand, Trinidad and Tobago will press on and try to really get further inroads into this Barbados batting, because they know how important it is for them in this encounter against Barbados right here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground.
So Ramnath in a 4th over. So far she has picked up 2 for 3, and really excellent figures by young Ramnath, who has 1 delivery left in this over. But poor batting there by Holder, who is the vice captain of this Barbados team, and seemed to have been bogged down, being unable to get the ball away and going for an almighty heave, and the off stump was knocked back.
Yeah, and even though things were tight on in terms of our behalf, sometimes as the vice captain too, you have to lead by a better example. By that shot selection was totally not on.
So new batter, oh, that's a good start there to the new batter. Final delivery of the over by Ramnath, and that one kept out by Cumberbatch. So Ramnath 2 for 3 from 4.
Well, Ramnath coming off of that under 19 international tour, really, we can see that she has brought back something of a learning experience, and really, so far, has been very consistent in terms of her line and length. And in the wicket column, she is doing very good so far. Well, the spinners in general, but she has been the exceptional one so far for Trinidad and Tobago. But both Mohammed and the captain Ramnath has bowled well, and the spinners doing the job here for Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, and Win was still struggling. They're now 48 for 7 from 20 overs. Jamaica doing well, 77 for 1. So that looks like an only one there at Connery.
Does it?
Well, at 46 for 7,
Yes.
48 for 7. Well, who knows?
Yeah, but I mean, in terms of what it is at this particular time, it is, no doubt, it should be a short one in terms of the result of that encounter there at Connery, and this would also put Guyana in a good position because they would be in third position in the points column.
Well, that's a bit early to say.
Right, yeah, but
because of course, what I could tell you is that at the moment they're in third position, but
yeah, at the moment,
after the fourth round, there are a number of things to take into consideration, bonus points, etc.
Right.
So we'll just have to wait and see. But and in the air cut, played back to the bowler Sugwim, and she's on her way for a duck. So we look at it. That's Cumberbatch. Floated up, and she seemed to have played across the line of that one, looking to work it into the onside, a delivery which might have been spinning across her, and the leading edge back to the bowler, and she took a good catch. So Barbados plunging into further trouble. Sugwim has picked up a first wicket, 43 for 4.
Yes, and that is what actually happened there. It was a delivery that was spinning, and she was looking to play the leg break into the onside. It got the leading edge, and another valuable wicket for Trinidad and Tobago. So the spinners are coming to the fore here, right here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground, making further inroads into the Barbados innings. And so far, even though Barbados was off to a slow start, they were looking to consolidate and build a good opening stand. But since the first wicket went down, we just see wickets keep going for Barbados. So Trinidad and Tobago, at this particular moment, they would feel very good in inserting Barbados for the results that they have gotten thus far.
Well, these two, we have said they would have played each other twice in St. Kitts, 2023 and 2024. And Barbados would have lost 16 wickets to Trinidad and Tobago in both matches. And of that 16 wickets, 11 of those wickets went down to spin. On the other hand, Trinidad and Tobago would have lost some 7, they would have lost some 14 wickets, but it was split down the middle, 7 to spin and 7 to fast bowling. But Trinidad and Tobago, of course, heavily reliant on their spin bowlers. They of course, would have started the attack this morning with Sugwim from the pavilion end. And we have not seen into the attack as yet Uh, Ramatahal, she has been successful also, and she's a medium pacer. As this one is pushed to short mid-wicket, but it's the captain there now. She has to do somewhat of a repair job. She has had 1/2 century in the tournament so far, 57 from some 54 deliveries, or 55 deliveries to be exact. So Trinidad and Tobago cock a hoop at the moment. They're very much on top at this point.
Yes, indeed, and really, the spinners look very good for Trinidad and Tobago. Well, Trinidad and Tobago always have that reputation of producing outstanding spinners, male and female, but even in the female column, they have some quality spin bowlers.
Well, you would have played against some spin bowlers from Trinidad and Tobago, Victor.
Yeah.
Who would you rate as being probably the best you might have played against?
Well, in terms of the spin column, back of the hand, Inchanali was the most outstanding orthodox spinner. I would say Jimadeen, the left arm orthodox spinner, and then you had Imtiaz Ali was a wrist spinner too, but he wasn't in the quality of Inchanali, who was left arm back of the hand. And then you had Ranji Nanan as an off spinner. So those quality spin bowlers were very good, and that has transcended also into the women's column, whereby we can see Mohammed and Ramnath and others.
So which one of those spinners gave you most trouble?
Well, more difficulty came, I thought, from Inchanali, who was the left arm leg break and googly bowler. Yeah, he presented more a challenge to me as a batsman.
Because it was said that Victor Eddy was one of the best players of spin in the Caribbean.
Well, and in terms when upon reflection, those who would have seen my 5 first-class centuries in regional cricket, I think I got 127 against Trinidad and Tobago at the Ocean Ground. I got 82 against Trinidad at the Queen's Park Oval. I got 120 odd against Trinidad and Tobago at Guaracoro Park, where Sholan Williams of St. Kitts did score a century. So 2 centuries against Trinidad. That also spoke volumes in terms of me as a player playing spin. But throughout to the region, coming up against the teams that had quality spinners, I did fairly well.
Yes, and certainly, and that is why you are renowned in the Caribbean as a good player of spin. But here is a calendar looking for first run. Still can't score. And Ramnath continues to bowl a tight line and length.
And one of the things, when you're speaking about playing spin bowlers, though, what I find, if you have
starting your plans or whatever you prefer to do with it. This was a pretty simple little project here. It's all made out of 2x4s, and as you can see, it's going to be pretty handy for out.
So we just can see here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground, we can greet you with the news, those of you who might just be joining the stream, that Trinidad and Tobago inserted Barbados right here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground. And thus far, I think Trinidad and Tobago would be pleased with their insertion when they ask Barbados to have first knock in terms of the present situation at this particular moment. Earl, do you think that they will feel satisfied at this present moment what they have achieved in terms of the wicket column, Trinidad and Tobago, after sending in Barbados?
Well, they must be. They have picked up some 4 wickets, and of course, they have picked up the prize wicket of Casey and Knight. And they're making inroads here. The Barbados team, they're not scoring as quickly as they would have liked. They are just going at 1.88 runs per over. And if Trinidad and Tobago could just pry out another one here, this one is driven nicely, and Calendar gets a run. So she's off the mark. But as I was saying, if they could provide another wicket here, especially if they could get Kaishon and Knight, then Trinidad and Tobago would be very much on top. But with Kaishon and Knight at the crease still, Barbados not out of it as yet.
Yeah, you're right there, Earl. But what I would like to see Trinidad and Tobago doing, though, for the new batter who just came to the crease, instead of having the two fielders right on the boundary, to bring them into a normal position, because with the new batter just at the crease, she will have to take time to settle in. And if things are tight in the inner ring, some indiscretions might just come into her play. But that is not presently the situation at this moment.
Sometimes one gets the impression that the teams, they're programmed to do certain things, and they are not willing to go outside the box. They're not willing to think outside the box. So, if they tell themselves, well, after 15 overs, the long on and long off should be out, they stick to it, But sometimes you have to go to plan B, as a single is picked up here by Kaishon and Knight. If, you do not make it easy for a batter to get off the mark. And, you always try to bring long on and long off into the mid-on and mid-off position. And, of course, the Trinidad and Tobago team, they have picked up 4 wickets, which means that Barbados is under some pressure at this point. And they would not like to lose another wicket at this point. So you would not expect the batters to be taking too many chances. So that's an option that you could take as the over comes to an end. Barbados 47 for 4. We are halfway through. And 25 overs completed, 47 for 4. And if you double that, it's just 94, which is not going to be a very good score. Current rate 1.88. And the Barbados really struggling at this point, Victor.
Yeah, and your point is so valuable, Earl, in that keep the pressure on the new batter. Well, Knight is there. You can widely spread the field because she has her eye in. She has been there from ball 1. But when the new batter now comes on strike.
Sorry, a twin sister was there from ball 1.
Sorry, yes.
This guy Shona Knight who came in at number 5.
Right. So what I'm saying then, with the new batters at the crease, I think we have the right aspect of making the batter fight to get off the mark and not just put them in a comfort zone where it's an easy single, and then too that gives every batter confidence getting off the mark.
This is going well for Trinidad and Tobago, though. As the sun comes out in all its glory. Push back in the air for a while. But no chance of a catch there. Away from the bowler. What to move across to retrieve. But really defeating Knight a bit there. So I'm not in the middle of a very good spell here. She, in fact, in a 6th over, has picked up 2 for 5.
Wow, that's a very good spell so far. And really, she brought something from Malaysia.
Now I see.
Okay, you see?
Mid-off going back to long off.
Nah.
And here we see Knight defending. And in fact, it's edged down to Mohammed that slips. But there again, being ultra defensive. Mid-wicket is on the boundary. Long on and long off back on the boundary, but Knight is defending. She's not thinking in terms of any big shots at the moment. The team is struggling at 47 for 4 from 26 overs.
Well, and how commanding Trinidad and Tobago has placed themselves into this encounter after winning the toss and asking Barbados to have first knock. So the spinners are really doing a good job for Trinidad and Tobago. Well, the Barbados team, they still have plenty overs still to be bowled, but they would need to go deep into these overs and make certain that they are not bowled out before the 50 overs have been completed. But on the other hand, Trinidad and Tobago would be searching for more wickets, and in their column they know how important it is for a victory here against Barbados at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground. Well, we will see how these two will try to consolidate for Barbados, as the wicketkeeper standing up. That is also putting some pressure on the new batter, making certain that she has to stay in her ground.
Change from the far end though. It's the captain is back. Ramarak. And in fact, Aline is forcing him to the offside. So, just to update listeners, Windward Islands 58 for 7, 25.1 overs. Jamaica 92 for 1 against the Leeward Islands. So, one game progressing at breakneck speed over there at Canary. And at Wanapak, Jamaica doing quite well against the bottom place Leeward Island. And
the score is there.
You know, they are 92 for 1, so
Wow.
you know, quite a bit of a drubbing going on there for the Leeward Islands as there's hesitation, single is not on, so going, is that short mid-wicket or wideish mid-on, picks up and hauls it back to Saw. So in the end, the batters kept in their crease. Crease seems slightly. In the air, Mohammed is on late, takes the catch. And Barbados in bears of trouble here at St. Paul's as the captain goes for a rather injudicious shot. And 5 wickets down now for Barbados.
Well, the contest is here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground. Trinidad and Tobago won the toss earlier this morning and asked Barbados to have first knock, and really they would be very pleased in terms of the results that they have gotten so far, but more so the spinners are the ones who have been making the breakthroughs for Trinidad and Tobago. And Trinidad and Tobago now in a huddle, and obviously they are discussing and where do they go from here. And I would like to believe, obviously, the thing is to bowl out Barbados. I think that might be on the agenda.
So Ramaraka picked up her first wicket, and you know, flattering figures, of course. 4.5 overs, 1 for 3.
Outstanding.
And there we had the captain of the Barbados team going caught by Mohammed. So certainly the Barbados team, the batting really struggling at this point. And when we came into when the toss was taken, our producer, Lalman, he would have said that we will be in for a long day today. But if Barbados continues to bat like this, it would be a very short, long day.
Well said, dear Richard. And this is the good thing about the game of cricket. And from a Trinidad and Tobago point of view, though, they should try to bowl as much as possible now to the new batters, to keep the new batters on strike. And the other night on the other end as much as possible. But in any event, though, they have been bowling tight. Apart from 1 or 2 chances when down, outside of that, though, the bowlers have generally held a very good own. And at Connery to Earl, there might also be an early encounter there too at that venue between Guyana and the Windward Islands.
47 for 5, projected score from this position 87.
Right.
The current run rate 1.74. And the spinners really wreaking havoc here among the Barbadian batsmen. And this guy Shona Knight who gets it past the bowler who misfields. And she was really charging down, really looking for that single. And Scantleberry, she would have set off a bit late, but in the end went through for that run. So the sun really blazing down now, Victor.
Yes, it has come out quite brightly now. So the conditions that were more cooler earlier this morning, as really the sun comes out now in all its glory. But it might be a good thing too that they got a single which would put the new batter on strike.
Well, good thing for Trinidad and Tobago, but certainly not for Barbados. But I suspect that Kaishona Knight would be looking to pick up every run. It's a struggle from here on in, and we see the two slips in place. In fact, what could be considered to be a gully, a slip and a gully, in place for the new batter. And just the square leg back on the boundary and the long on back, and that ball signal there as Ramnath does not deliver.
Well, it is good that they are looking to really bowl them out by putting a neck slip, and really we can see that the spinners really getting spin on the ball out there. The surface is providing that.
Swan is knocked down there by Brittany Cooper at a short extra cover. The pressure being applied here by the Trinidad and Tobago team, sensing blood, sensing an opportunity. This one spins away outside the off stump. And the leg spinner there from Ramnath. So now we see, which I don't agree with, Sugwin going back at long off for the final delivery of the over outside the off stump. No, that's good judgment there by Scantlebury. She would tell you so. It spun back a bit, but she had picked up the line and allowed it through. Track not turning that much, play it down to long off, and there we go. That would have been, but who knows, it might be part of the strategy. They probably thinking in terms of getting the new batter back on strike. So in the end, not a bad ploy there by Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, I mean that is good thinking in that aspect, really exposing the new batter to most of the deliveries, and good strategy in that sense at that particular moment. So they are really thinking and working out their match out there in the middle, Trinidad and Tobago, and looking very good so far. So they are in the commanding position now, and they would feel justified after winning the toss and asking Barbados to have first knock here. So Trinidad and Tobago right on top of things, and they're looking for further inroads. It's Trinidad and Tobago.
So Windward's losing their 8th wicket, 64 for 8. And in Warner Park, Jamaica continues to do well with Rashada Williams, the captain, on 43 not out. And they're up against the Leewards, of course, 102 for 1. Jodie and Morgan, she's 34 not out from 63 deliveries. Rashada Williams, 43 not out from 67. In fact, she has gone on to 44 now, just as I speak to you, the score turning over. So doing quite well there, but Barbados on the receiving end against Trinidad and Tobago, they were inserted and really struggling. But Victor, perhaps to the Barbados batters might have been guilty of not putting the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers under enough pressure. They have allowed the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers to bowl to them, and as a result they find themselves in a position where they are now 51 for 5, the 50 having come up in the 28th over. Scantlebury 2, Knight 10.
But the Trinidad spinners, though, on the other hand, I think relatively and consistently they have held a good line and length, and we can see that the surface is offering spin to all the spin bowlers too. We can see where all the spin bowlers for Trinidad that have been used have been getting spin out of the surface, and really the inner ring inside the fielding positions too for Trinidad and Tobago, I think too that also applied the pressure on the batters for Barbados. But from here on in though, if Barbados can bat as deep as possible into the overs, We can never tell which way this encounter can still go, but at this present moment, though, Trinidad and Tobago are on top of things.
Defended by Scantlebury. And Ramarak picks up. Nice, pleasant day here, Monday morning, St. Paul's. And we are well positioned here. As another wide signal, this one going down the onside. Victor, of course, we are more or less, you know, at the start of the village. The playing area is outside the village of St. Paul's, of course, driven through the legs of Whitney Cooper at a very short forward, short leg. No score. And of course, Victor, we playing ground being situated outside of the village. Previously, there was another playing ground which was very much centered in the St. Paul's village. I don't know if you would have played any cricket there.
Yes, yes, I did. I did play. It's actually in the village, quite rightly, and where we are giving over the deliberations from the commentary booth is to our extreme right in the village. Yes, there was a ground there. I played a few friendly matches there, not club matches, but friendly matches against teams like the 4H and so on. We are a renowned cricket club which I was a member of, starting my cricketing career and so forth. We had times when it was Easter holiday weekends and so that we would have had organized matches at that particular ground. But this is a very nice ground. It's very open, wide in capacity, and looking at it, as I alluded to earlier, an infrastructure here at this present venue would be very picturesque. But at the moment, that is not to be, and Trinidad and Tobago still in the driving seat, and quite rightly so, having the majority of fielders in attacking positions.
We are seeing slow turn here by Ramnath.
Yeah.
It's turning, but turning slowly. We did see one spin sharply earlier on from the captain, Ramarak, when she bowled the first delivery. And Ramnath was picked up 2 wickets so far. Young spin bowler tosses up. And rather gingerly, Scantlebury is pushing it into the offside. Of course, just to our right, Victor, it's the Anglican Church. So, for folks living in St. Paul's and the surrounding areas, Newton Ground, which is a couple miles away, those Anglican worshippers, they would have to travel some distance to get to that Anglican church. Defended by Scantlebury. Of course, there used to be a school in the area just below the church, the St. Paul's All-Age School, Victor. And that is where I made my first dollar.
Okay.
In the employment chain.
Right.
I would have left school in 74, and at the time there was a school there, and that's where I first taught. I taught there for a while before moving on elsewhere. But certainly I could remember that school very much. It's no longer in existence. A building is still there.
Is it used for any purpose, as far as you might know?
I suspect so, but I won't hazard any guess. I could probably check on that. But there's still a building there, still one of the buildings. There were 3 buildings, but there's one building there still. There were 2 other wooden buildings at the time, but since then, there are no longer any all-age schools in St. Kitts. They're just primary and secondary schools, and of course,
high school,
kindergarten. But we see a bowling change from the far end as Mohammed comes back, and you know, the school is more centered in not in the village itself, but towards the other end of the village, the St. Paul's School, and of course, as this one is turned into the onside for single, the children of high school age from St. Paul's would journey to Sandy Point to attend high school there. I think there's also a high school in Sadler, so I'm not too certain if any children from St. Paul's journey to Sadler's, which is going further west. I do not know if any attend the Sadler's secondary school, but in the past they would have gone to Sandy Point.
Yes, indeed.
But Mohammed tosses up. But they do play a lot of cricket down here at St. Paul's. Competitions organized when there's no cricket going on in any other part of St. Kitts.
Yeah.
They do have cricket down here, and this one spins back.
And the St. Paul's community, they are very passionate of sports, and in more particular soccer and cricket, because in the soccer arena they have been doing well in the St. Kitts Amateur Football Association League over the years. They have
not just doing well, Victor.
They have won some championships.
Not just doing well. They have been one of the best teams in St. Kitts over the years.
Yeah, in terms of the soccer, very well. Yeah, they've been doing very well.
As a matter of fact, they would have won the championship last year.
Yeah.
And at the start of the season this year,
yeah,
they would have won what is called the President's Cup.
Yeah, and I think and here is a chance, and take it.
Yes, so attempted cut there by Scantlebury, and Cooper juggled with it a bit, and knocked it up, and took it quite easily on the rebound as we look at it. Cutting, and knocked up, and well held in the end. So good work there by Brittany Cooper, and Barbados really up against it at this point, 54 for 6 from 34 overs.
Yeah, and I think the captain for Trinidad and Tobago must be complimented too in terms of how she has utilized her bowling attack, bringing back Mohammed into the attack, getting results. So I think that aspect too, she did alternate her bowlers very good and getting results. So the spinners really for Trinidad and Tobago doing the ideal job as the captain would have liked, and all the players for Trinidad and Tobago would be very pleased, because Trinidad and Tobago, they won the toss and asked Barbados to bat first, and they know that they're in a position where they can try to pull off this one, but cricket is never over until the final delivery has been bowled. But Mohammed really showing her class, operating from that seaside end here at the recreation ground, and really, they have really made very, very valuable inroads into this Barbados batting team here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground, and they will be looking to get the remaining wickets and then try to see how they will approach their innings.
Only 2 batters for Barbados has gotten into double figures so far as they pick up some valuable runs here. Back for the second. Those 2 runs go to Kaishona Knight, who moves to 14. She's the other batter who have gone into double figures. Yanni Hobart Mayes, she came in the last match, didn't play the previous matches, and but she did not bat in that match over at Conwy against Jamaica, and so she's taking first snap. But she bowled very well. Leg spin bowler, probably off spin also, with a sort of round arm action. But Ramnath will bowl to her. What, Victor, 57 for 6, not a good showing at all by Barbados. Oh, and she's on her way. Bold! My goodness. Let's look at it again. Tossed up and being bowled off stump. Playing down the wrong line.
Well, a well-flighted delivery. appears, looking at it on the monitor, it appears that the one was slightly going across the right-hander because it struck the off stump. So another valuable wicket going down, are being taken by Trinidad and Tobago, and Trinidad and Tobago will be very pleased in terms after inserting Barbados, and now their backs against the wall, Barbados, and really, what can be the result here in this encounter between these two teams? And really, it is left to be seen. But Trinidad and Tobago, they are in the driving seat, commandingly so by the spinners, and the captain did alternate and made the changes of a bowling attack quite nicely and appropriately, and Trinidad and Tobago has gotten the results that they so necessarily needed. And here they are, looking now that they would try to get the remaining wickets.
So Shanika Bruce goes to the crease, 57 for 7, projected score 91. Shanika Bruce, she's a left-hander. Opening bowler, fast bowler by trade. And what they probably need to do at this point is to lend some support to Kaishona Knight. And probably try and get this turned into the onside. Probably try and get this score as close to 100 or beyond as possible. Not much left in the tank for Barbados at 57 for 7. And after this over, another 18 overs. Lots of deliveries left, Victor.
Yes, indeed, and really, that is the thing here. But the wickets column for Barbados not looking good at all at this particular moment, and Trinidad and Tobago will be trying to really bowl them out as quickly as possible.
So Ramnath has completed a 9th over, and she has taken 3 for 11.
Yes, and that is a very, very good spell by Ramnath, and 3 for 11 in any formula of cricket, and really bringing her experience from that Malaysian tour, which she had with the under-19 team.
Well, it's not just from the Malaysian tour. We saw her here last year, and she bowled quite well in the tournament last year against all teams as a young 16 or 15, 16-year-old. And she was very impressive last year in the tournament. So, you know, she would of course have gained experience going to the Malaysia for that tournament, but certainly she has been impressive in a short career so far. As Mohammed. Oh my goodness, that one took the edge and it's running down towards third man. It went past the keeper, between the keeper and Brittany Cooper, who is at first slip. And that one really peeled off the outer portion of the bat. And
yes, and really, Mohammed continues to get spin out of this arm surface. A very good spin. I think probably the first slip is standing a little too wide, I would like to believe. And anyway,
tossed up and looking to drive. The question is, what approach would Kaishona Knight take at this point? Wickets are going down, the scoreboard is not moving, and this one she gets it down to short third man for a single. So what would be the approach? You know, we know that she likes to take her time with the batting.
well, what she should probably try to be doing now is to take in most of the strike and see how much she can accumulate. It is not anymore now necessary of just occupation of the crease. They have to try and get runs. And she is the one who has been out there for quite a while and seen some wickets fall around her. But she will have to try and accelerate the score in some form or fashion. If they should get close, as you quite rightly said there, Earl, to the 100 mark, she will have to be the one and be well supported by the other batters. But at the same time, though, the spinners are very much on top, as we can see, and next fielder going into a second slip position.
Meanwhile, it's 83 for 9. We see Kaishona Knight defending. Captain, of course, joining Brittany Cooper in the slips. So good thinking here by Trinidad and Tobago. They are really on top and looking to press home the advantage at this point. Jamaica would have lost some quick wickets. They're now 121 for 3. Last time I looked, they were 101 for 1, but they're now 121 for 3. So they would have lost 2 quick wickets. And Windwards continue to struggle. 83 for 9. The end of the over here, 60 for 7 after 32 overs. Drinks being taken, and we'll use the opportunity to have drinks also. Well, we're back with the action here at the St. Paul's playing field, where we see Trinidad and Tobago about to resume. You know, they're very much in the midst of a purple patch in terms of wicket taking at this point. As Ramnath with the final over. So far, she has picked up 3 for 11. It's been an exceptional spell. Shortish. Pushed into the offside. So Trinidad and Tobago keeping the pressure on. There's a slip in place for Ramnath. Tossed up and tickled around the corner. And they're back for the second run and 2 more to the score. Two more to Kaishona Knight, and she's playing a lone hand here. She moves on to 20. So Trinidad and Tobago looking for another 3 wickets. And defensive fraud. 2 deliveries left in this over. 2 legal deliveries, of course. And certainly these overs, they have been delivered at a pace, at a rapid pace by Trinidad and Tobago. Of course, the spinners have been in action. And they've really rushed through these overs. Barbados, on the other hand, their batting has been pedestrian, rather slow, sluggish. And they've lost wickets. There is one coming from the inner portion of the bat and going into the onside. So Ramtal finishes well, 10 overs, 3 for 13. So that certainly has been excellent from young Ramtal, from young Ramnat, sorry. So Knight has faced some 44 deliveries for, in fact, 50 deliveries for 20 runs. See a projected score of 91. I don't think that is going to be anywhere near enough for Barbados if they manage to get to that score. But Mohammed, who was sent down some 7 overs so far, she has picked up 2 for 10. Oh, this one goes past the outer edge of Bruce's bat. And lucky not to get an edge that time. Spinner's doing a very good job for Trinidad and Tobago. So Bruce, both batters are the crease left-handers. Oh, there's a loud appeal as it was taken behind by the keeper, Sao. I've been told it's Sao. That's the pronunciation, the correct pronunciation. Bruce is defending. Keeps it out. I think this is what would be required at the moment, just to lend some support to Kaishona Knight, who's on 20. Barbados, of course, looking to put something on the board to defend. Shot, airborne, but up to widest mid-off, and just to the left of Sugwim. And in the end, it was fielded in the offside, and no run was scored. Can the fielder. So now we see Can retreating to long off. Kirby goes back to deepish mid-on, but quietly played by Bruce. End of over number 35. And it's 62 for 7. The weather has been very good in these matches so far. No, on Wednesday last week at Connery, we would have had a delay for rain, but no overs were lost in that match. But throughout the weather has kept fine. We would have had overnight rain for most parts, but the weather has been good for the cricket. It has allowed the games to go on. As this is pushed into the onside. So 62 for 7 it is. Barbados after being inserted. Oh, that one spins away from Ramarak. Beats Knight outside the off stump. Some sharp turn there that time. defensive shot. So the runs certainly have dried up for Barbados. Been rejoined by Victor.
Yes, and really the spinners really come into the fore here for Trinidad and Tobago and really extracting some turn and bunks out of the surface now also we're seeing.
So far, so good. No run yet in this over from Ramharak. Well, breaks the spell of that deliveries as a single is taken into the onside for 13 of final figures. So
Good percentage of made no mistake also too in the column, and that is very important. That shows the tightness of the spinners by Trinidad and Tobago. Yeah. Well, Mohammed is going to continue, and she's continuing along her illustrious path as a spinner and wicket taker.
So Winwood's playing against Guyana at Connery. They are 91 for 9. And Jamaica seem to have lost 2 quick wickets. They are now 130 for 3 from 31 overs. And Guyana, Winwoods, they would have consumed some 35.1 overs so far. Similarly to Barbados, who is now in their 36th over. But it's Mohammed from the far end. Of course, as we would have said earlier on, the first place team plays on Friday to determine the winner of the tournament, and then there would also be a playoff between 3rd place and 4th place, and 5th place and 6th place. At Warner Park, first would play 2nd on Friday. At Connery, 3rd will play 4th. And here at St. Paul's, 5th playing 6th on Friday. So that's the play for these two teams. Right now, the team that is on top is Trinidad and Tobago, pushed into the offside. 2 runs from the first delivery of this over. So it has been a good over so far. Oh, there's a loud appeal. She's on her way. So, Kaishona Knight goes, caught at the wicket off the bowling of Mohammed, and the Barbados plunge into further trouble. They are now 65 for 8.
Yes, and getting more bunks out of the turf from that particular delivery also too. So Barbados really backs against the wall totally now. Trinidad and Tobago, after winning the toss and asking Barbados to have first knock, they will be most pleased with the results that they have gotten after making that decision by asking Barbados to bat first. So
that's a big wicket, of course, there for Trinidad and Tobago. And if anyone could have marshaled the forces and pushed the Barbados score to something reasonable, it would have been Kaishona Knight, the most informed and leading run scorer of the tournament so far, this year's tournament, and averaging well over 70 coming into this match, being 48 not out in the last match with 2 half centuries previously in the 2 games you would have played, and now a rare failure, what could be considered to be a failure, just getting into the 20s and being dismissed by the experienced Anissa Mohammed. So Barbados really up against it. And Victor, early to bed today, it seems, for you at this rate.
Well said there. But really and truly, I mean, this is the game of cricket always, eh? That it's always on the day, and Trinidad is really on this day doing well.
Well, here some valuable runs here coming by the way of byes,
Well,
going towards the fine leg boundary, and stops just inside the boundary. The batters they stopped running, perhaps thinking that it had gone for 4, so just a couple of wides there.
but you're so far behind. You cannot be waiting to see if the ball gonna hit the boundary rope. You just keep running until the umpire signals.
Yes, well, you know, if you had seen the ball cross the side of the boundary, going very straight and fine, and they were able to pick up 2 runs when perhaps they could have had another run, and they are now 68 for 8. So this for Trinidad and Tobago, if they can pull off a victory here today, it would be very pleasing to the Trinidad and Tobago team. Last 2 competitions, they have not been able to beat Barbados. But the runs on the board, they might be small, yes. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, the one year, I think it was Ghana, had just about 46 runs to make. Oh, taking on the pad. The peel goes up. And umpire is on move. Umpire Imran Mukan. So, let's see. Probably pitching outside leg. Nicely pushed into the offside up to Kirby, who hurls it back at the non-striker's end. Might have struck the bat of the non-striker. Yes, Victor, I think that it was last year. Team, I can't quite recall the score, but I think it was Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana.
A low scoring score.
I think they had bowled out Trinidad and Tobago for, I think it was 46, and there was dismissed below that score. It could have been the other way. Caught? Is it? No. That's turn. So probably do a bit of research and get that sorted out. But I know it was a low scoring match last year. When one thought it was all over by the shouting, it was not. So defended there. So Trinidad and Tobago would have to go and bat and make these runs.
Oh yes, indeed. That is how cricket has always been played. And what we can see too of the Trinidad spinners really getting so much out of the surface, it's going to be equally important to see how the Barbados spinners do on the same surface, but not in the quality that Trinidad and Tobago really has. But the leading wicket taker is Elliott, as you quite rightly said. So that is going to be very important as to how she bowls in terms of defending the total, but the spinners in general too. But at least, and as you quite rightly said, runs on the board is runs on the board, and we could never tell. And sometimes too it happens, but it is rare, where you see bowlers getting a hat trick, and all those things can come into the complex. All that is just speculation on my behalf, though. It's nothing practical, but those things can happen in the game of cricket.
Mr. Mohammed from the far end. One is played nicely, but it goes straight to short backward square. Ramatal. Ramtahal, sorry, is there fielding. Oh, loud appeal as this one spins into the batter, taking on the pad. And Mohammed was very confident with that one. Tossed up, might have been height.
Height, yeah, it looks so. Because it was bouncing into truly. And we have seen a few deliveries where the bowlers are getting some bunks out of the surface occasionally, not consistently, but occasionally we're seeing the extra bunks.
So, Mohammed, this little skip and jump. Oh, beaten outside the off stump.
She does not have a clue.
So, Elliott is the batter. This time she gets back on one and gets it into the onside. But Mohammed seems to be enjoying this. She's walking quickly back to her bowling mark. Two deliveries left, two legal deliveries left in this over to complete the spell also. She has picked up 3 for 12. And this one is played gently back up on the offside. So, final delivery for Mohammed. Can she pick up a fourth? No, she does not. As this one is pushed to short mid-wicket. So Gwyn fields, no run. So 39 completed, another 11 overs left after this to come for Barbados. Connell, Bowman, Dean. No. Dean is out today, so it's just basically
Connell?
Bowman, no, not Bowman. Well, Bruce is at the crease, so it's Connell.
Connell.
And 8 wickets are down.
Bowler behind the back.
Oh my goodness.
Clean bowl.
Make it 9. Behind the back, a delivery with spun back. And Bruce has been bowled. So 68 for 9. And Barbados, well, they're not doing too well today, Victor. They're certainly capitulating against the spin attack of Trinidad and Tobago as Connell walks out. The last hope for Barbados.
Yes, and really, Trinidad and Tobago, after inserting Barbados and asking them to have first knock, they have gotten the results from that aspect of asking Barbados to have first knock, and how exceptionally well all the spinners that have been utilized here by Trinidad and Tobago, they have come to the party and they have gotten the results. They've been well supported in the field also. There were 1 or 2 opportunities for catches, but that doesn't matter now because it is irrelevant in terms of the wicket columns that they have taken. And as the final batter for Barbados in Connell going to the crease, Trinidad and Tobago would be very pleased at this particular moment, but they will have their work cut out when their time comes that they will have to go and get whatsoever runs is required for victory here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground.
Yeah, so the 32-year-old Connell is at the crease. Ramarak has picked up a second wicket. She's in the 9th over, 2 for 10.
Wow.
Connell, of course, would have played some 72 ODIs for the West Indies with a high score of 15 not out. Barbados would love that today. And she's playing into the onside and gets off the mark immediately. But Victor, it's obvious that her approach is going to be to attack.
Well, the best line of defense is to attack, to try to see as how many more runs they can get, how much more runs they can get in particular. And really, I think that is appropriate approach. I mean, try to really get as much as you can possibly get. There's no need just trying to play out the overs now. It's about runs.
She's swinging and swinging out towards mid-wicket and back for a second run.
Well, so she off to a good start.
So 2 lows into the onside there by Connell. She's a big lass. Strongly built, powerfully built.
Yes, fast bowler.
Bowler for Barbados, of course.
She has been doing very good too as a fast bowler in this competition, regional cricket of women in the.
Well, she has not picked up much wickets in the tournament so far. She had a 3-wicket haul. Swinging, Oh my goodness.
Good effort.
Good effort there by Brittany Cooper. She got her hand to it. It was in the air. And she got her hand to it, and that would have had to have stuck for she to take the catch.
Yes, and really, all those things are a good effort, but it just shows in the situation that Trinidad and Tobago is in, it shows that all the fielders are on their toes, and it was a really valiant effort there. Only conceded one run, so really good cricket by Trinidad and Tobago.
Amarak. It's an appeal. Just half-hearted. So score has gone into the 70s. Connelly, she has contributed some 5 runs so far. Peel for leg before. Could be in for some fun.
Well, and we don't know how much fun it can be, but really, Trinidad and Tobago, they will be feeling very good. But like you quite rightly said, Earl, and we're seeing in this game of cricket, runs on the board is runs on the board, and the team will have to get it figuratively. Yes, it may be small, but it can come large at particular times. But that is still moments away. But we'll have to wait and see when Trinidad and Tobago get their opportunity to chase these runs, what they will do.
Well, the Windies, they scored 97 from 38.1 overs. And at the moment, Jamaica, after losing 2 quick wickets, they're back on track. They're 151 for 3 from some 36 overs. And probably I should take a look at Rashada Williams. She's on 70 not out. We have not had any centuries in this tournament. So an opportunity there for Rashada Williams as continues to score. She has picked up 2. These are useful ones for Barbados.
Yes, and Connell, I think, is making the right approach. I mean, she is really putting the willow through the ball and running the first one quickly. So she's giving a good contribution so far. That is Connell with the bat for Barbados.
So Jamaica doing well against the leewards. In the air. Oh, the catch is floored there by looks like Ramatal.
And it look in the process, she might have just slightly hurt her right knee. She's bending over, and Nessa Mohammed is there giving her some assistance and signaling to the physio to come out, because it seems like, yes, she's now going down to the ground. It seemed like she just slightly injured her right knee. She's going to get some assistance.
Yes, making a valiant attempt to take that catch. She was running in. Might have bruised the knee also. And let's hope it's nothing worse than a bruise and no real damage being done to the fast bowler. Was that bowling over today?
Yeah,
which is good, because the spinners for Trinidad and Tobago, they have done well. There was no need to go to the other fast bowler in Ramtahal. I saw one match earlier at Conway where Guyana played a preponderance of bowlers, and they brought Kais Schultz into the attack rather than necessarily, and she was expensive and more or less let Barbados off the hook at that time. And I think it was a question of Guyana having too many bowlers in the side, and you know, if something is working, you do not necessarily have to go to certain bowlers. You know, the spinners have been doing well for Trinidad and Tobago. They have been taking wickets, and so far so good. There's no need to go to Ramtahal, who has had wickets in the tournament so far.
Yeah.
But what the captain has done well is to stick to our spinners who have been getting the wickets and who have pushed Barbados with their backs against the wall. Now at 76 for 9. And we see another spinner being brought back, and it's Sugrim was bowled 1 for 20. She's in a 7th over. Might have had another wicket just now. This one goes to first slip. And Mr. Mohammed is there. No run. So, seems to be okay. Ram to Hull. As this one is pushed into the onside. But, Victor, how many times have seen sides with bowlers and one particular bowler not being used? And then, of course, you have a situation as this one is in the air. Mohammed gets under, he takes the catch. And I'm afraid Elliott is on the way for no score from some 10 deliveries, 11 deliveries in fact. It's now 76 for 9. Barbados really struggling here. And that's a good catch by Anisa Mohammed too. And, belying the years.
Yeah, it was a good catch, well judged. It was in the air, and she had to turn actually, but she kept her eyes on the ball, which was the important thing in doing so, and bringing in the catch. As you made reference, Earl, that once bowlers are successful, even though you have other bowlers in the team, you just don't take out the successful bowlers who are doing well just to give another bowler an opportunity to bowl. Once, if it's the other way around, where they are not getting the results, then you go to the alternative. But here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground, Trinidad and Tobago, after inserting Barbados, they have done excellently well, and their spinners have done their job for them, and an outstanding performance, Earl Smith.
Yes, I said 76 for 9. In fact, it's 76 all out. The 10th wicket going down there for Barbados, and Trinidad and Tobago, they have done well. They won the toss, inserted Barbados. Barbados, of course, coming into this game, having not lost a game. They were top of the table. Trinidad and Tobago, they were, in fact, were in second position. And the Trinidad and Tobago, they have done very well. They have bowled out Barbados for 76, with Kaisi Knight getting 20, Kaishona Knight 23, and extras were 11, and those were the only entities, if I may call it that, in double figures. Calendar 8, Trishan Holder 2, Cumberbatch no score, Aline the captain 2, Scantleberry 2, Mayers no score, Bruce no score, Keelia Elliott no score, and Connell was not out on 8. Of course, as I said, extras were 11. And quickly, the bowling for Trinidad and Tobago, Amelia Cannon, the fast bowler, she bowled just 5 overs for 13 runs. Didn't have a second spell. Steffi Sugrim, she had 6.5 overs, conceded 20 runs and picked up 2 wickets. Karishma Ramharak, she had 9 overs, 2 maidens, 15 runs, 2 wickets. And Anisa Mohammed, 10 overs, 3 maidens, 12 runs, 3 wickets. And Samara Ramnat, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 13 runs, 3 wickets. And we'll take a short break. We'll be back shortly at the commencement of the reply by Trinidad and Tobago, but they just have a paltry 77 runs to make if they are to win this match. But runs on the board are runs on the board. Well, back here at the St. Paul's playing ground, the St. Paul's complex, sporting complex. Of course, the adjoining field is the football playing area. Therefore, the St. Paul's Sporting Complex, not just a cricket ground. We are in the cricket ground section where Trinidad and Tobago require just some 77 runs to win this match. Of course, Barbados, they would need all of 10 wickets and quickly in which to really come out on top. Batters are out there. It's Chanel Saw and Ginaba Joseph. Saw is taking strike. Good afternoon, Victor.
Good afternoon to you, Earl Smithon, and to all who might just be joining us also.
Now, you had a bit of a rushed lunch, but I'm pretty certain you must be fully satisfied.
Yeah, well, in the circumstances, you know, we always adjust to situations, but the situation for Trinidad and Tobago now is to get these runs, but on the other hand, Barbados would be no doubt thinking about early inroads.
Connell is the one who started taking on the pad. The appeal goes up. Probably missing Degger, probably too high.
It more seems probably might be on the height side. Cornell, solidly built lass, operating from the media center in here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground, sporting the number 46 on the back of her jersey.
Played up, missed outside the off stump. Swar. Ball eluding the edge.
Now, it looked like she getting some movement across the right-hander, and I like to see with the solitary slip in too, because with that movement you have to look to take wickets, not too much on the defensive side of things.
Yes, a bit of lateral movement there. This one is defended. So Barbados really capitulating here at the St. Paul's playing field. And Ishona Knight, she got to 23. And Kaisia Knight, 20. Nicely played. This is going out towards the point boundary. 4 runs. Well-timed shot. Wonderful shot indeed, I saw.
Yes, and the timing was nice. The placement was excellent. And a nice way for Trinidad and Tobago to get the account going in pursuit of the 70-odd runs which were scored by Barbados. Well, the two batters after that over has been completed, they just had a little conversation in mid-pitch. So no doubt working out what they how they should approach this innings, and by giving their team a good start, which they would hope for. But Trinidad and Tobago, the spinners came to the job and they did it well. Trinidad and Tobago, they won the toss earlier this morning, asked Barbados to bat, and outstandingly all the spinners for Trinidad and Tobago, they did very good.
So, good start there for Trinidad and Tobago, picking up 4 from the first over. Of course, the required run rate is 1.49. And if Trinidad and Tobago bat for most of these 50 overs, they're going to get these runs. Barbados, on the other hand, would have to try and hold Trinidad and Tobago out. They have to try and take all 10 wickets and take them below the score of 76. Windwards scored 97 and Guyana in reply 11 for 1. Jamaica, of course, still batting to 22 for 5 from 45.5 overs against Leewards. So, doing quite well. Jamaica, of course, being defending champions. And Bruce is who has opened the bowling from the far end. Interesting field. Just the one slip in place. Joseph is defending, but if Barbados is going to win this, they would have to take wickets.
That's right.
And one would have thought that there might have been a bit more of attack at least. Try and put two slips in place and try and induce an outside edge. Most of the fielders in run-saving position. But perhaps there's another way of doing it also, as this one goes past Elliott, who is at point, and the long single. So Joseph gets off the mark.
Yes, and the Barbados in the field too, they will have to be tight, especially in that inner circle of the 30-yard circle inside there. They have to be very tight. But I agree with you there, Earl. I would be more likely early on to have two slips instead of just the solitary slip. But they will know why they're doing that. But you have to look to take wickets and bowl out Trinidad and Tobago. That's Barbados.
Of course, if he's flashing that one outside the off some swar. Of course, if Trinidad and Tobago bat these overs, they're going to get these runs.
Oh, yeah.
Perhaps though the Barbados team might be thinking in terms of drawing up the runs and applying pressure and try and force errors on the Trinidad and Tobago team. But the good thing about it for Trinidad and Tobago is that they know the number of runs they require to make. The 77 is not a lot. So they can bat normally, get these runs, just keep wickets in hand.
Well, also too, there is no need from a Trinidad and Tobago point of view for any discretions in terms of what they have to get. They could, as you quite rightly said, they just bat normal and wait for the loose deliveries, but also exchange the strike when possible, and just also bat with solid and just take their time and get these runs. But on the other hand, though, Barbados will have to be in a more attacking position, especially with the new ball. I think I agree with you there that instead of just a solitary slip, there could have been a next slip. And for the time being, as early as possible, bring the person off the third man boundary into the second slip area. I mean, so you have to look to take wickets. You only made a modest total.
See Connell asking her long leg to come inside the circle and sending back Holder at cover, back on the cover boundary. But here's a quick single. Well run there by Joseph and Swar.
That was a good single, but the fielders inside the inner ring, Earl, too, with that relatively small total that Barbados accumulated, they'll have to be very tight in there to just apply some pressure on the batters. That might bring some indiscretions.
Connell off a shortened run. Interesting thing would be to see how well the Barbados spinners bowl.
That's right.
Dean has been left out of the attack today. She in fact is a spin bowler, and the Barbados team, as opposed to the Trinidad and Tobago team, predominantly medium pace based. There's Connell, there's Bruce, and these two would have started the attack. The captain herself, Aline, she's a medium pacer. So, not much spin. In fact, we saw Thiani Howard Mears bowling quite well in the last outing she had at Connery. And she would be required to put in an excellent spell here today for her team. She bowled quite well, so Tight lines and links. In the air. Someone is running back. Bruce and the captain Aline. It eludes both of them. And Swa is able to pick up a single.
Wow. Luckily for the batter there, on that occasion there, it was in the air, but in the end, it fell safely and no fielder got closely to it. So, Cornell bowling a relatively good line in length so far.
This one certainly isn't a good line. The length might have been okay, but it's outside that tram line and the white signal. Nice, bright and sunny here at St. Paul's. Driven. Straight to mid-off. Bruce is down on her knees and feels well as the over comes to an end.
Well, fairly good over again by Cornell, operating from this major centre end, and Trinidad and Tobago. They will now have to consolidate the two openers and try to give their team a good start and just play within themselves. And really, Barbados will have to take wickets if they're going to really play themselves back into the game with a swing, and they will have to take them at a rapid pace.
We saw the spin bowling doing the damage though for the Trinidad and Tobago team. This one is punched into the offside, and with only 76 runs on the board, Barbados could ill afford to be giving away runs by way of misfields. That, of course, was Thiani Herbert Mears who misfielded there at extra cover, allowing the single.
Got to be tight inside that inner ring, must be.
Outside off, edged. Third man is in place. Cornell. So, 10 on the board. Swa, 6 is 1 extra. Joseph, 3. Count rate 1 point. In fact, we count rate is just over 3. Nice shot. This time it's knocked down. Misunderstanding between the two batters. In the end, sanity prevailed and both batters were able to regain their ground, and in the end, no one scored.
Well, there is also have to be good call in between the two batters. They don't need that kind of misunderstanding.
(2023) Barbados beat Trinidad and Tobago. 2024, right here in St. Paul's, Barbados again beat Trinidad and Tobago. Who will come out on top today? Too short, banged away towards the cover boundary. Ball is slowing up inside the boundary. They're back for the third. That's a good shot.
Yes, indeed. And the placing was good, and it went out into the deep extra cover area. And that is the purpose too about how important it is to be running the first one quickly, so they can always capitalize on more runs than the norm. So in that instance, they got 3 runs.
And Barbados ball following with that shot. We see Kishona Knight being placed deep at cover, and the backward square being brought inside the circle. An appeal for a run out. Umpire says no.
Well, it would have been close, but the umpire was in a nice position too, and we will look at the monitor and see how close it might have been. It just looked like she made it back into her ground. Well, that is the thing too. On the other hand, that they have to be good call in between two batters because they can ill afford to have runouts. I mean, when you look at the percentage of legal deliveries that should be bowled, and in terms of what is required in terms of runs, the batting team should really be confident in pursuit of chasing the total in terms where they know they don't have to bring into any indiscretions.
The Trinidad and Tobago batters look rather comfortable to the
Yeah.
medium pacers, though.
Well,
And Barbados' success was certainly hinge on their two spin bowlers. Elliott was picked up wickets, driven in the air, dropped short of that's Cumberbatch, who's fairly deep at mid-on, just inside the 30, inside the circle.
but the batter there, in going for that stroke, she just planted her feet right within the crease and struck it. Probably if she was moving forward, it might have been more effective, but luckily for her, it felt safe in the end.
Timed it completely. Probably took eye on the bat. Connell. This time we see another misfield, but not really giving away anything this time. It's Kaishona Knight. Runs fast one at short mid-wicket. Oh, there's another wild swing by Saw. Seems as though Saw wants to see this one over as quickly as possible.
Yeah, she is on the aggressive intentions by Saw, and really looking to go over the top on that occasion. But a good field set though by Barbados. The inner ring, they just have to be tight to keep applying pressure because they made a modest total.
One seemed to have kept a bit low.
Yeah, it did on the low side.
This one is on target and she's defending.
Well, the sun is with us here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground now, so ideal conditions for cricket. A nice cool breeze though coming across the ground. We can see from Connell's jersey.
Nicely pushed into the offside. Just a single though.
Well, good calculated single, and that is the way, Earl, that these two batters should be going about it. They're not under any pressure in terms of what is required and how many deliveries have to be bowled legally to them. So,
So 14 for no loss. We have had 5 overs completed. Going after some 76 runs, 77 to be exact to win. And a fairly reasonable start here by Trinidad and Tobago. And Bruce will continue. She's at 2 overs so far. Batters though, they're very comfortable to this medium pace bowling.
yeah, and really,
And seeing that Barbados need to take wickets as quickly as possible, you would have thought that they would have been thinking in terms of bringing at least one spinner into the attack as early as possible.
because with these two batters at the crease too, the longer the seam bowlers stay on, is the more set that they can get. But if a spinner is introduced early where they have to make an assessment whether to go or stay, where the judgment could be different. And as we have seen that the spinners for Trinidad, when they bowl, they got some spin extracted out of the surface here.
That was on the bounce to Elliott, who's at backward point. I was strange feeling the Victor that the Trinidad and Tobago spinners, they have a higher standard than
Yeah,
what we have seen from Barbados.
they're quality spinners in truth, they're in high class.
Batters continue to look rather comfortable.
Well, they should be because from the start there is no pressure on them, and once they can steadier and the loose deliveries will come, but they'll have to capitalize on also exchanging the strike and not just.
I think we might see a bowling change sometime soon. But I guess we'll have to wait and see.
Well, that should be very obvious in the circumstances, recognizing how well the Trinidad spinners would have bowled. Most likely that is not too far away from the introduction before we see the first spinner coming into the attack.
Just to remind listeners, the Barbados, they were dismissed for 76. Caught. Good catch by Elliott. Moving smartly to a right and seemed to have taken it with one hand. But good work there by Elliott.
Yeah, and those are the type of catches that win matches, and that will be a big motivator for the Barbados team too. She moved nicely to her right and she took it one-handedly, and that should bring some more inspiration to the Barbados team in making early inroads by getting the first wicket for Trinidad and Tobago. But Trinidad and Tobago, they'll just still have to calculate appropriately. But on the other hand, if Barbados keep getting wickets, we can really see a very interesting result at the end.
Well, we have seen 46 being a winning score here at St. Paul's playing ground in previous years. As a matter of fact, last year, 76 on the board, runs on the board, as they would say, runs on the board. But in goes a very experienced batter for Trinidad and Tobago, Brittany Cooper, 35-year-old Brittany Cooper. She has had a good score in the tournament so far, would have scored a half-century already, and would have made a score of some 72 runs against the Leeward Islands and helping Trinidad and Tobago to win that match. So she is in some form. She's the non-striker. That wicket came from the last delivery of that over. There is one going down the wide signal. Connell is continuing.
Well, and that will also help the Trinidad and Tobago in pursuit of the target. When you're getting those bonuses would be considered. One will go to the total, but Connell will have to bowl an extra delivery. So the contest is on here at St. Paul's.
Contest is on, yes, but if the Barbados team could just prize out Brittany Cooper early, they could give themselves a chance. Of course, we have Anisa Mohammed coming in at number 4 these days. Very much of an all-rounder now for Trinidad and Tobago. Good delivery on target.
The catch that Elliott took also to Earl, that might bring a lot much more enthusiasm out of her when she gets the ball in hand. I think she might be just going into her first spell with a level of confidence.
Played straight to the fielder, sets off. No chance of a run though. So it's always relaxing to come to St. Paul's and do commentaries over here. Relaxed atmosphere. Elliott seems to be a specialist in that position at backward point. She is fielding well.
Yeah, it's obvious because to both bowlers, she has been occupying that position and doing it well. She brought in an excellent catch.
Connell outside the off stump, throw to the keeper. Think though that Barbados need to introduce spin as early as possible
Yeah, I would agree with you totally because
into
after
the piece.
after seeing that result that Trinidad and Tobago spinners got, that should be obvious to Barbados. And
Short and wide signal.
that's one more to the total, one more delivery to be bowled, extra. So helping the cause for Trinidad and Tobago is Cornell with those wide deliveries, making it much easier for them in pursuit of what is required.
Nicely played. To a slow delivery. But no run. Worked into the onside. Kishona Knight is the fielder. So end of the over. End of over number 7.
Well,
16 for 1.
It doesn't appear like we're going to see any spinners yet. We have to wait and see. And
Well, as I anticipated, Bruce had just picked up a wicket, so
oh yes, okay. Yeah. It's obvious that she's supposed to continue. That's right.
it's not obvious, but it's likely that the captain would give her another over, because too often we have seen bowlers pick up a wicket and then being taken out of the attack immediately. And these days when they speak so much of matchups, it happens on a regular basis.
Yeah.
But Cooper receives the first delivery. She's look good. She seems to be in good nick.
Well, this is a very good opportunity too, where the pressure, so to speak, is not on the batting team, and she should be in a good frame of mind out there, is Cooper.
Nicely driven, but knocked down there by Cumberbatch. In fact, that's not Cumberbatch. That's Herbert Mears. Thiani Herbert Mears. And now we see she's exchanging places with Scantleberry. She goes into slips and Scantleberry goes up to extra cover.
Good delivery there, right on the target. That is what is required. Keep that good line and length. And what is also good too is that the wicket keeper is standing up. So suggesting to Cooper, you have to be careful in terms of how you're moving your feet within that crease.
77 is the target. Not a very good effort by the Barbados team, being bowled out. It's Kishona Knight getting 23, and the twin sister, Kaisia Knight, getting 20. And the spin bowlers doing the damage for Trinidad and Tobago. Not a wide. Victor, I'm pretty certain that at the end of the tournament, in terms of the wide column, it would be showing somewhere in the region of 400.
Yeah, well, it would be very huge. And really, all the teams will have to work on that aspect of their game.
Field goes up. The ball goes into the onside. There's through for a run.
Well, these two can definitely settle in and build a good partnership for Trinidad and Tobago. They are under no pressure. in terms of what is happening out there. The pitch is playing well, so you just have to keep exchanging the strike.
This one is punched into the offside for a single by Joseph. So the over comes to an end. At the end of it, Trinidad and Tobago still sitting pretty. They have just lost the 1 wicket. And they're 19 for 1. So we're still in the first power play. Just 8 overs completed. Now we see Barbados taking that slip out. And she's being placed at cover point. There's a cover sweeping. There's an extra cover short. Mid-off. Third man is back. Joseph defends. So we're back here on Wednesday, Victor. Matches continue on Wednesday of this week, the 5th. And Barbados takes on the Leeward Islands here at the St. Paul's playing field. And of course, Wednesday at Warner Park, Ghana plays Trinidad and Tobago. And at Canary, Windward play Jamaica. That, of course, would be the final round of the preliminary matches. And on Friday, it could be described as finals day.
Indeed.
Connell continues to keep a good line and length, but she's being kept up by Joseph.
Well, Cornell have to try and really get some wickets for Barbados if they're going to really play themselves strongly back into this game.
Still feel though that Barbados, they need to be proactive. They need to, bring a spin bowler into the attack quite quickly and try and pick out, pry out some wicket as early as possible. What they're doing now is perhaps allowing someone like Brittany Cooper to settle. You cannot afford to let Brittany Cooper settle if you are still thinking in terms of winning this game. She can bat long and then she can up the tempo when required. And in this match in particular, there is no need to really up the tempo with just a small score on the board. So certainly I would have thought that they would have gone to a spin as early as possible. But Connell continues. She is appealing, but they're getting some runs here as the ball runs away for 4 leg byes. Bad line delivery, taking the part of Joseph and running away. Very straight, very fine for 4.
Yes, indeed, and they all count for Trinidad and Tobago. But we all thought that that would have been so appropriate to the bulk of wickets were taken by the spinners for Trinidad and Tobago, but that is not to be seen in terms of Barbados in defense of their total. So Trinidad and Tobago batters, they are in a comfortable zone. There are no pressure onto them at this present moment, and all they will have to do is keep exchanging the strike, and if also now too that they are getting extras, they just take them as they come.
So Bruce continues from the far end. She has picked up the 1 wicket. 1 for 9 from 4. This one is flicked into the onside out towards mid-wicket 4. Good shot by Brittany Cooper. First delivery of the over from flick nicely. That's a good shot.
Yes, and the timing was good, and she found the gap nicely also too, and got herself a boundary. And as you alluded to, that once you let a batter like Cooper settles in, and knowing what her capabilities are, she will definitely get a good score on the board. And also too, in the situation where there is no pressure on the batting team, that also makes batting much more comfortable for the batters out there in the middle.
Once again, the Barbados team following ball. Deep cover being brought in to an orthodox cover, and the mid-wicket going back on the boundary where that shot was played. So, ball following, rather than asking the bowler to improve on a line, bowl a better line and length, and not offer one on the pads of Brittany Cooper.
Yeah, and that if when we make a small total like they did Barbados, I thought they would have been more proactive, as you quite rightly have said, Earl, to introduce a spinner early, seeing that Trinidad spinners really got the results.
So Cooper has already picked up 4 runs in the over. There's no need for to try anything onwards in the over. No need to rush. The required run rate is 1.23.
There you go.
And she has already doubled that in the over with 1 hit. So far so good, but somehow I feel that Barbados is not playing this one out too well. This one is on the pad. Big hike there by Cooper, Brittany Cooper. And let's wait and see. Yes, like by signal by umpire Banwari. Both umpires, of course, from Guyana. Imran Mukan, Guyana. And now for Joseph. Bowler comes in from off the mid-wicket boundary, and Kaishona Knight retreats a bit at cover. Slip. Backward point, third man back on the boundary, cover about halfway out. Extra cover mid-off, mid-on. Straight mid-wicket, square leg, just slightly backward. Joseph has been kept quiet. She has been there for some 21 deliveries and has only scored 4. Cooper 5 from 9. 28 for 1. We're in over number 10. Coming towards the end of the first power play as Bruce once more. Nice drive. And well fielded too by Scantlebury at extra cover. No run.
Well, both batters, they are not under any pressure out there, Trinidad and Tobago, that is. And looking quite comfortable in the situation at the present moment. They're just having a mid-pitch exchange of words. Here comes the signal of the first power play. And Trinidad and Tobago in a very solid position at this particular moment.
Let's see what's happening here. She's having some words with Colonel, the captain, Aline. And let's see, it seems as though she's going to continue with Colonel. Of course, Colonel is probably one of the more experienced bowlers. But I think they are losing the plot a bit here. Let's see. I see Elliott is running towards the bowler's end. In fact, she's giving a cap to the umpire. So perhaps Colonel advised the captain to bring a spin bowler on.
Yeah, that might have been the conversation there too, because right away we saw where Elliott was running from a point where she was positioned to pick up the attack. So some folks would say better late than never, but we'll have to wait and see. Well,
no, there should not have been any deliberation
about that.
With that move. You need to get wickets. You cannot win this match by defending. Wickets are tantamount at this moment. And the quicker Barbados get them, the better it is for Barbados. Or else it will be smooth sailing for Trinidad and Tobago, who from their first 10 overs, they've gone to 28 for 1. With Cooper, she's there, she's 5 from 9. So while Cooper is fresh, they did get the breakthrough. And I thought that immediately they would have gone for a spin bowler. So Elliott starts well. Length is not bad for first delivery.
Yes, indeed.
Has a slip in place. Point. Toss is up, driven. In fact, Joseph ran in the path of the ball and blocked it from going down to long on, where Cooper would have been able to get an easy single. So, denying a partner. Oh, this is nicely played. This time she gets out of the way.
Yeah, and you have to be so alert as a non-striker by keeping your eyes on the play. But on that occasion, she got herself out of the way. But the first two deliveries here from Elliott, though, she's given it a lot of flight, good line and length.
In the air, but safe. Down to long and single.
But you see, Earl, too, as we've been saying to, Elliott, this is your first over. Why not probably give the batters or put in the frame of mind they could clear the normal mid-on? Because, as you quite rightly say, looking to take wickets, but with getting the easy single down to long on occasionally, and here, more runs.
Well, too short, but got away with it. As there's a fielder.
Yeah.
That's Connell down on the deep backward square boundary. Just inside the boundary, just a few meters inside the boundary, and just a single. But she's tossing it up. Quicker, flatter, punched out towards extra cover. In fact, goes into the boundary. Well-timed shot. That's a good shot there by Cooper. And Cooper has looked very good the couple of times I've seen a bat so far.
Yeah, and really, it was a short pitch delivery though, but she gave herself the appropriate room and struck it into the deep extra cover boundary for 4. But I think though that these two batters are fairly well set. The medium pacers provided that platform for them, and they are not under any pressure also. I could see them going along to approach this target without killer delivery.
I think though Tiani Herbert Mears could be a bit of a threat to the Trinidad and Tobago batters. She bowls a good line, a good length. She's very tight. Question is, will she be good in this spell? Oh, taking on the pad, the appeal goes up. And umpire Banwari remains unmoved from the far end.
Looking at the replay there, that was a very... No?
Outside the off stump wide. So this could be interesting.
Well, yeah, 2 spinners into the attack now.
35 for 1.
Yeah.
77 runs required to win. That's a rather interesting action.
Yes.
Mears seems to be bowling off the wrong foot.
Giving it fairly good flight too, so inviting the batters to chance their arms, so quite confident in doing so.
Another appeal. And they're going to shout for everything at this point because they're looking to get wickets.
Well, that is so necessary on Barbados' behalf that anything that will be striking the pad, they'll be asking questions.
too short and pulled into the onside, tugged into the onside actually. Just a single though.
And both of these batters, they look quite comfortable at the moment. Nothing really has really been exceptional so far in the bowling in terms of looking like wicket-taking deliveries. So Trinidad and Tobago, they should be very confident at this particular moment, or even before the innings started. But at this particular moment, where these two are compiling a little partnership thus far between both of them, Cooper is going to be on strike, the tall of the two.
So 36 for 1, 12 overs gone. Elliott continues. Here we go again.
Could they afford those things?
Going to the legs of Herbert Mears and allowing a single. Now she's been taken out of that position and being sent to slips. And it's Scantleberry who replaces her in that position. Tossed up on the pads. This time it's Joseph who's getting at least a run here. Just a single. Shona Knight, who seems to be always stationed in the outfield on the mid-wicket boundary, comes charging in. Giving me a driven, beats the fielder 4 runs. Oh, this is looking a little bit too easy for Barbados. And like I would have told you, Victor, the Trinidad and Tobago spinners, they do have much better control than the Barbados spinners, as we are seeing right now. Elliott would pick up wickets, but she could be all over the shop.
Yeah, very inconsistent in terms of her lines and lengths, and you're quite right in that aspect, whereby she will give the occasion loose deliveries, and once the batters are prepared to wait for them, and Cooper being a good batter herself, she would make all the necessary opportunities of executing.
Here she goes again. Being swept this time though, just her single. She's giving it a lot of air though, she's looping it up. And asking the batters to drive or sweep. Has a tendency to drop one in short every now and then. Other matches, of course, going on at Warner Park and at Connery. Taking on the full. And in fact, they're getting a second run. So Barbados not really keeping it tight. They have not looked penetrative. And these two, they have built a little partnership between them. Those two, 31 runs from 40. 2 deliveries. Cooper has 14. And Joseph has 14 from that partnership also.
Yes, and most valuable between these two. So they are not under any pressure, and the going out there thus far is easy, and the both batters are going about it quite appropriately too. So Trinidad and Tobago looking very good, and Barbados up against it here at St. Paul's. Trinidad and Tobago, they are in control.
Yes, and just looking at some of the other matches going on, the Jamaica would have completed their innings. They would have batted the 50 overs, so they have it a second team batting 50 overs in the tournament this year, which is good. Jamaica coming up against Leewards, and they scored some 253 runs for 9 wickets.
So that also will be the highest total. Indeed.
Rashada Williams, she got 86. And you had a good score from Abigail Bryce, also of 72. And Jodine Morgan, she got 35. And yes, Victor, that is probably the highest score of the season so far. And the for Leeward's Jazara Claxton, as this is played into the offside for a single. Jazara Claxton 2 for 40 from 8 overs. And Kimberly Anthony, she had a 5 for 34.
Wow, that's a good spell.
6 overs. That's the medium pacer for the Leewards. And Amanda Edwards had 2 for 42 from 10 overs. Leeward Islands using some 7 bowlers. It's quite a number of bowlers being used there, being employed there by the Leeward Islands. So that's the position with that match. Leeward Islands, they have not begun the repliers yet. And in the other match now, where a guy now is playing against the Windward Islands, and the Windward Islands would have batted first, and they scored just some 97 runs. And it's 49 for 1 year. We are over number 15. But just to tell you that for Guyana, in fact, for the Windwards against Guyana, I'll sort that out in a moment. The Windwards would have batted first. The Windward Islands women first innings as the over comes to an end. We have had another over completed, 14 gone, 49 for 1. Strong reply here by Trinidad and Tobago. But just to update listeners quickly, Victor. 97 all out. The Windwards. And the top score of, Abini St. Jean and Holly Charles, they each got 17. There were 15 extras. Afi Fletcher got 15. And that was most of what the batters offered there for the Windward Islands, with Flafiana Millington getting 3 for 27 from 10. And Sherry Ann Fraser 2 for 16 from 5. Ashmini Munisa 2 for 18 from 10. A wicket apiece to Gwiman, Latchman and Kaisia Schultz. In reply to that score made by the Windwards, that score of 97, Guyana, they are 51 for 3.
Well,
with Ghaznabi on 23 not out and Williana Gwiman on 12 not out, but they've lost Bangu for 1, Mentuo for 5. And the captain, who had 77 not out in her last match, she was bowled by Ross for no score. Nice drive, but straight to Scantlebury, who's at wideish mid on. So straight mid wicket, there's no run. So Elliott, Cooper is in very good touch, Victor, and you can see from the way she's batting out there.
Yeah, she's looking good. She's not under any pressure also too, and just waiting for the loose deliveries from Elliott.
Swing and a miss there outside the off stump. And through to the keeper, 52 runs on the board.
Well, Trinidad and Tobago, they will be very pleased with their performances so far in this encounter. Remembering earlier when the toss went up and Trinidad and Tobago won the toss and asked Barbados to bat first. Then the spinners came into the fore and all the spinners for Trinidad and Tobago, and Nessa Mohammed, she was the more outstanding of the spinners. But all the spinners did a very valuable job for Trinidad and Tobago.
Another 25 runs required, Victor. This could be well and truly over by 2:30.
And here is one being played out into the deep. Another run or 2 runs is going to be had by Trinidad and Tobago. So, yes, Trinidad and Tobago. So, Earl, Trinidad and Tobago, they are in the driving seat, and they look very good indeed.
Wide of the off stump. So at the end of the over, we'll have Visham Lalman joining me. Nice drive, just a single. So certainly heading towards a victory here, the Trinidad and Tobago team, after bowling out Guyana for just some 76 runs. Swings in the air out towards the captain, who takes the catch, and the second wicket goes down, that of Joseph. In fact, it's Brittany Cooper who was caught on the deep mid-wicket boundary by a lean off the bowling of Herbert Mears, and a crucial wicket going down there for Trinidad and Tobago. But one could easily say too little, too late at this point, unless there's a hat-trick of wicket. It's very difficult to see Trinidad and Tobago losing this one. So your batter, of course, going down would be Leon Kirby. Big, strong hitting batter. In fact, it seems as though there's a water break, so we'll also have ourselves a drink break. Back at St. Paul's, the drinks break has come to an end. Drinks break taken on the fall of the wicket of Cooper. Interestingly, Kirby has come ahead of Anisa Mohammed, who has been batting at number 4 in the other matches. 55 for 2. And with Kirby at the crease, this could be over in a quick time if she's not dismissed early. Batter who likes to put bat to ball. So the over comes to an end. Hisham, we have not heard your voice all day. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Earl. Good afternoon to all our viewers. And yes, certainly just took a break and did some production work, some producing this morning into this afternoon. So it feels good to be back on air.
Yes.
And back on air with you as well. It's
Yes.
been a year almost.
Yes, most definitely. So, of course, Kirby has been sent in vision. This could be over in quick time, an appeal there, but obviously missing leg stump.
Yeah, I think certainly going down the leg side, impact outside the line of the leg stump as well. But yeah, Kirby coming into the batting effort here for Trinidad and Tobago, I see this as a decision made by the management staff and coaching staff to get the game over and done with quickly.
Well, killer instinct, of course, and it's good when captains and teams have that killer instinct. When, there's a clear advantage, they take full toll. But Kirby, who likes to give it a good whack, starts by playing it straight to Bruce.
And you can see her showing that intent straight away. Kirby looking to get on with the game. Just 20 runs again remaining.
Boundaries here, of course. As she picks up her first run. Oh, she could be in trouble. As it was well fielded there by Scantleberry, who was down on the ground. A good quick return could have found Kirby well short of the ground. But in the end, she made it safely.
It's good to see that fighting spirit from Barbados, despite having such a low total.
Swings and swings well. And it's Cumberbatch who had some running to do to her right. Just 2 runs.
Yeah, I thought it had the throw been a better one as well. Kirby could have been gone for all money there. The throw came in, she was well out of her crease, but the bowler and the ball was well behind the stumps.
Straight to cover this time, no run. Boundaries here at St. Paul's some 65 yards right around. Over tossed and pulled away. And Knight has some work to do. Back for the second, she really lumbers after it rather slowly. In fact, it's a no ball for height. So a free hit. So 2 runs, 3 runs already with that delivery. And now a free hit.
Must applaud Janaba Joseph though for being able to bat through up until this point. In the last game on her birthday, she saw her team home as well against Windward Islands, right here at St. Paul's. So she's keeping that effort up. She seems to be in some good form, Janaba Joseph. Let's see what she can do with the free hit.
Gets it as far as mid-on. And we get 1 run only. But this is going to be over in quick time.
Yeah, and Janaba Joseph Earl, the sister of Becky Joseph, was picked up by the West Indies Academy for the remaining rounds of the 4-day tournament. So,
but she would have had a brother who would have played for Trinidad and Tobago before, if I'm not mistaken.
yeah, Becky Joseph.
And Becky, the same player.
Yep.
Okay. Big wild swing and a miss. Loud appeal. And in fact, she's out.
Well, just like that, Kirby is gone. And she was sent in to do a job. In an attempt to do so, she has caught the outside edge and a good sharp catch taken there by the wicket keeper. And a prized wicket there for Keela Elliott and Barbados. Maybe a little too late, Earl?
Well, you would want to think so, but you never know. We have seen some major collapses in cricket before. Victor Eddy would tell you that some years ago in a Leeward Islands match, Nevis coming up against Montserrat 103 for 1 and going well with some very good batsmen to come. They were all out for 114.
Well.
El Camino Willett, of course, the destroyer.
Anything is possible in this game known as cricket. 63 for 2, and Anisa Mohammed walks out to the middle.
Fine, she's batting rather high for Trinidad and Tobago these days. I'm accustomed to her coming down at 8 and 9 and 10, but she has been walking out at number 4.
Yeah, in an interview with Vinod Mamchan earlier in last week at the Marriott Hotel, should have told us that she batted very well leading up to this tournament in the local tourney. So hence she got the opportunity at number 4.
Okay, well, that explains it. She has gotten a few runs there.
And I don't think, we've seen a number of games in which we saw low scores being scored here at St. Paul's Earl, and I don't think that speaks to the pitch and how well the pitch is. The pitch is a good one. It's just the lack of application from the batters.
I think so, though. When I had a look at it this morning, my first reaction was this is the best pitch I've seen so far in the tournament. Mind, mark you, I have not seen the one at Warner Park, but I know the condition of the one at Warner Park.
Yep.
So I could compare this to Warner Park, and I've been at Connery. And certainly this looks like the best pitch in the tournament so far.
It is, and when you see low scores like these being scored here, it doesn't give the viewers, that real look in at how good the pitch is.
I think it was last year, I think it was 46 runs or thereabout was defended here.
Yep. I think it has something for the bowlers, and there's a lot for the batters as well in it. Just all about applying yourselves.
Yeah, that's right. And I've been speaking to the groundsman too, Steadroy Douglas, who by far is the best groundsman in St. Kitts, and I know this is not going to go down too well with some people, but everyone knows he's the best groundsman in St. Kitts.
Yep.
And notwithstanding that, there's no question about that. Very experienced. He has had training, and I had a good long chat with him this morning, and he knows his business. He has a good idea as to how to manage pitches and how to prepare pitches. But he's based in Sandy Point, and he comes down to St. Paul's when required. And he does a very good job. And he has been doing this for a while. And he's very knowledgeable too.
Yeah, I think he does an excellent job, and he has a good crop of a good team around him, and that brings an end to the 17th over 63 for 2, and just 14 runs away from victory Trinidad and Tobago. It's getting further and further away from Barbados now.
I would say at this point Trinidad and Tobago would tell you that they have been stalled a bit with the departure of Corby, but they're going to get these runs quite easily.
Yeah, certainly, and there are a lot of batting to come for Trinidad and Tobago, though they may not need that. Elliott seems to be continuing the leg spinner. I really like the look of Elliott, though. She's a tall leg spinner. It's always difficult with a spinner delivering from that high and also flighting the ball as well from that height as well.
Yes, she gives it a good loop. At times, could lose control, tends to overpitch a bit and probably going a bit too short at times. But she came into this round of the tournament being the leading wicket taker in the tournament so far. But here's a good shot by Anisa Mohammed.
Oh my, and this one goes through the legs, and that could be four. Yes, it is. Rubbing salt into the wounds of Barbados, adding insult to injury. And guess who? It's skipper Trishan Holder, making a mess of it down there at cover point, deep cover point.
So, Barbados on the verge here of losing their first match. Of course, Barbados came into this round of matches that having won all the matches. And Trinidad and Tobago in the two previous encounters here in St. Kitts would have lost out to Barbados. So history being created here for Trinidad and Tobago. They're now in a position to win this one.
Yeah, and Barbados coming into this game winning 3 out of 3. Trinidad and Tobago losing their first, winning their last 2 leading up to this contest.
Which suggests that they're getting better, they're peaking, and at the right time also. This could be close. Yes, she's out. Playing across the line and being struck in front. The game now there by umpire Mukan.
Yeah, that's going on to hit middle and off. So Anisa Mohammed has to go for just getting off the mark. So Trinidad and Tobago losing a couple of wickets. It's not necessary though to be losing these couple of wickets here at the back end. But again, credit to Keela Elliott, credit to Barbados for putting in the fight.
Yes, and you know, there's a thing called moral victory. And Barbados, if they can pick up a number of wickets, they might tell themselves, well, oh, if we had only batted a bit better, but they would tell themselves, well, we can beat this team. We have beaten them before, we can beat them again. So what Trinidad and Tobago would have been hoping is to be very clinical about the finish to this game and not lose as many wickets as they have been doing to Barbados, and really, rub it home, rub home, have a resounding victory.
Yes, certainly. I just want to apologize to the viewers for the scoring not being up at the moment. Just a bit of technical difficulties in terms of the scorers, so that'll be back up shortly.
So we are winding down. The scoreboards in the far corner is showing 70. 70 for 4. Another 7 runs needed for Trinidad and Tobago to win this one.
Skipper Karishma Ramarak makes her way out to the middle to finish things off. She won't want to lose any more wickets here now. She joins Joseph. Of course, Joseph would have opened the batting at the end of the over. At the end of it, it is 70 for 4, is it, Earl?
Well, according to the scoreboard at the far end of the ground, and of course, that's about 150 yards away.
Which tells me your eyes are working pretty well.
Well, up to this point, of course, the print is very big. It's another run to the Trinidad and Tobago score, down to short third man. So obviously no overtime today, Visham.
Yeah, shortened game today as a result of low run scoring. And seems as though you're going to get what you've wanted, an early rest.
Oh yes, always welcome. But Visham though, the Trinidad and Tobago brought the spin bowlers into the attack.
Yeah.
Well, in my opinion, rather belatedly. I don't know if you see it the same way.
Yeah, I saw it that way as well. And I saw also Barbados. I thought that they could have started with a spinner at the top.
Well, did I say the Trinidad and Tobago?
Yeah.
Well, I meant the Barbados actually.
Yeah.
The Barbados team. The Trinidad and Tobago actually started with a spinner, Sugrim. She opened the bowling from this the pavilion end.
She normally opens the bowling.
And it worked for them, but here's another wicket. The captain going, driving up to cover and holder, accepting the catch quite gleefully. So 5 down now for Trinidad and Tobago with 71 runs on the board. And they're making a meal of this one.
Yeah, certainly. They shouldn't have put themselves in this position, given the fact that they have been chasing just 77 for victory, and also given the fact that they would have gotten a good start from Joseph and Sau, and then Brittany Cooper would have followed and partnered with Joseph well. And I really thought that they've made themselves, looked a bit worse than they should have. They should have done this easily.
Yes, 5 wickets down and 71 on the board. So they're really making life difficult for themselves. And this, of course, giving the Barbados team a psychological end. Remember, of course, these two teams could end up on Friday playing against each other again.
Yeah.
In that final match at Warner Park. So, providing a bit of confidence to the Barbados team, although they seem to be going down. But they should have been clinical about this. Lou should have lost as little wicket as possible, 1-2 wickets maybe, chasing this 76 runs. The batter, of course, is Sugrim. Diminutive figure, very small lass indeed. Sugrim is not going to go for any big hits. He's the defending. But Visham, we have been blessed with good weather though for these games so far.
Yeah, definitely. I must say yesterday had some rain though. But coming into today, I thought that the weather was really good. And I think the over now has come to an end. And at the end of it, Trinidad and Tobago getting closer and closer to victory.
Yes, 72. Now for 5. And see that there's still some technicalities being sorted out. Elliott will continue. And Barbados are more or less dragging this one out a bit. Of course, they would like to pick up another wicket or 2.
Yep.
And put some pressure on the Trinidad and Tobago team. In fact, we see they've brought in the sweeper from cover. So there's no one on the boundary on the offside.
Yeah, certainly.
Tossed up.
Yeah, certainly tossed up there. Should have been dealt with differently. But still managing to get the single. I'd like to say a special good afternoon to Miss Crystal Bernard. women's cricketer for UWI. That's the University of the West Indies, St. Augustine. And she also is good friends with all of the players of the Trinidad and Tobago team. Loud appeal here. And not out, says the umpire. That one looked to have been sliding, Earl.
Yes, that one must have been the googly from Elliott. Sliding down leg. And most likely missing leg. Batsman caught on the crease though. Oh, the batter, sorry. Inching closer with that single.
Steffi Sugrim already off the mark, getting the opportunity. It's always a tricky time coming in. You don't want to lose your wicket when it's just 2 runs away or 3 runs away from victory.
She's pulling and missing. Saw an opportunity, but didn't capitalize. It was shortish, and she was looking to pull into the onside. Steffi herself a very short lass, very diminutive, small figure. Left arm bowler, bats right. Scoreboard showing 75 for 2.
So 2 runs away.
Taking on the pad. This one looks to be missing leg once more.
Yeah, definitely missing the leg stump there, that one. But Keeler Elliott seems to be causing some problems here at the end of the over. It is 75 for the loss of 5.
Keeler Elliott could be a very tricky bowler, especially when she pitches well. She can cause some consternation among the batters. And of course, art is a very difficult one. Right arm with spin. But when she pitches, she do have the tendency to pose some problems to the batters. So just 24 was bowled, another 29 left. And they need 2 runs.
Always a hard job, that one. Looking to cut. It's always a difficult job, you know, having to operate the manual scoreboard. Credit must be given to those 2 guys down there. They've been here for the entirety of the tournament working hard.
Always a difficult job to score. And never mind operating a manual scoreboard, you have quite a bit to contend with. Sometimes it's the wind, and here in St. Paul it tends to get windy at times, so that is something they would have to combat at times.
Herbert Myers and Keeler Elliott, certainly the 2 spinners that has been causing Trinidad and Tobago some problems, making them think about what they are doing.
I think they should have been introduced early in the piece. I think Aline, who herself is a medium pacer, she would have brought them on a bit too early. Connell, she was steady, but she was not threatening. Bruce, she picked up a wicket, but she certainly didn't look too threatening. This one is a wide, and it's signal.
Scores level now?
Scores level, and while speaking of wide, Salman, I was doing a tally over the weekend, and wides had gone up to some 213.
Wow.
Right, and you know, all teams guilty of bowling too many wides. Barbados 38, Guyana 28, Jamaica 32, Trinidad and Tobago 38, Leeward Islands 42, Greenwood Islands 35, and that is before today, up to Friday. Oh, lifted in the air, and this should be the winning shot. In fact, they've only taken one.
So it looks as though the umpires have confirmed that that is game, set, and match. And it's congratulations, is it? We'll wait and see. The scorers are still being contacted by the umpires.
And there's confirmation.
Yeah, there is confirmation. The tournament thus far, after winning 3 consecutive matches, and Trinidad and Tobago getting their 3rd win of the tournament consecutively after losing their first game in the tourney. So congratulations to Trinidad and Tobago, and how fitting it is for Trinidad and Tobago to come out victorious on a Carnival Monday back in Trinidad and Tobago. So congratulations to them. Well done to the bowlers, though they made it a bit difficult with the battle.
Yes, so they really came rowing, they've really come rowing back Trinidad and Tobago. And of course, 3rd year this tournament is being held in St. Kitts, and they're beating Barbados for the first time. So this has been a solid performance by the Trinidad and Tobago team, and they bowled out the Barbados team for a measly 76 runs, and in the end they got home quite easily despite losing a few wickets. So that win, of course, would probably take Trinidad and Tobago to the top of the table, and when the tallying is done, no doubt, we'll see them out in front and well on their way. And of course, as the rules and the conditions has it, the 2 top teams will play in the final match to determine the winners. So congratulations to Trinidad and Tobago. They really played the game well today. They were solid. The bowling in particular. And Visham, when I look at some of the teams, the bowling teams in this tournament, Trinidad and Tobago really stands out. Another team which really stands out to me is the Guyana's team. They are also bowling well. I've not had a look at the Windward Islands. Afi Fletcher, she had a 5-wicket haul in the first match, but she has not done too well since that in terms of wickets. But it's congratulations to Trinidad and Tobago, and I would like to also thank them for giving me an holiday.
Yeah, definitely, and congratulations to them again. Commiserations to Barbados on losing today, but certainly take nothing away from them. They've been having a wonderful tournament, and I'm sure they would continue in that vein beyond this loss, and Trinidad and Tobago continues to improve as the tournament goes along. And do stay tuned, though. I think there's a presentation coming up for Player of the Match, and then it's goodbye for now from St. Paul's until Wednesday of this week. Well, good afternoon once more, and of course the player of the match for this today's contest, Miss Anisa Mohammed, legendary West Indies off-spinner and all-rounder. It may seem now, though, after being given the opportunity to bat at number 4 for this tournament. So congratulations to Anisa Mohammed on cupping the player of the match award for today's game. Of course, Trinidad and Tobago defeating Barbados by 5 wickets here. And it's round number 4 again, if you're just joining us, of the CG United Women's Super 50 Cup 2025. Thank you for joining us today, and on behalf of the entire team here at St. Paul's, we say goodbye for now, and do join us on Wednesday for continued action live on Windies Cricket.